Again, I'm going to bring Discord back up so it's the active window. Uh, let's see. So Arnie's moving now. James, can you move your head real quick? And okay, wait. Let's see. Yes. Okay. Hey, we're all live. We're here. We're gonna talk about magic. Hooray! I am the other Tracy. I am a project manager here at the One Shot Podcast Network. I play a lot of Magic, and I've started streaming Magic on here, like I mentioned before. So I'm here with James and with Arnie. We are going to talk about the Commander format of Magic, which is what we play on Holding Priority.
No, Tracy.
Yeah.
I would love to move on to us and talk about us, but I feel like there's one more thing that you should plug.
Which is what?
Gathering wise.
Oh, the thing that I've been doing. Oh yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, I was gonna get there, because I mentioned it on the last Holding Priority stream. I am also doing a podcast called The Mountain Goats Meets Magic the Gathering, where I am taking songs by the Mountain Goats and I am building commander decks inspired by them. There are 2 episodes out so far. It is releasing every Monday so far. I'll keep that going as long as I can. There will probably be a speed bump in January when a new baby shows up. So, but it's just basically a little like 20-ish minute thing where I talk about the song that I've chosen and its themes, and then I run down the commander deck that I have built based on those themes. It's really cool.
This is the only Magic the Gathering podcast that is endorsed by the Mountain Goats.
Yes,
that's huge.
To my knowledge, it is. There may be others, because John Darnielle is notoriously he doesn't give his endorsement lightly. So I was both pleasantly surprised and shocked when I added him on Twitter when I launched the first video and was like, "Hey, maybe you want to take a look at this." And he both quote tweeted it with his endorsement, and the Mountain Goats Facebook account, the official Facebook account, posted about it.
Crazy.
Like,
yeah,
he very obviously listened too, which was so cool.
He did, and he also asked me to build him a standard deck under the same premise, which
based on one of his songs.
Based on one of his, in the milieu of what the podcast is doing. So I wanted to get some commander decks knocked out first to sort of, because it's a new show, you want to establish what you do first before you start deviating, even for the inspiration of the show. And so I have a third
put him in
deck.
His place.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you'll be episode 6, buddy. Once I start slumping, that's when you're coming in.
I'll get to you when I get to you.
It'll be episode 4.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, because I've got the next 3 or 4 episodes planned out. Like, I've chosen the songs and I know who the commanders are going to be, and I've got a rough idea of where I'm going to go with it. But I wanted to get 3 of them done before I moved on to that very special request. So, because it's very, 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 very different to build a standard deck based around a theme that actually functions, as opposed to a commander deck, which can be very much built around a theme and still function, as we will no doubt talk about as we're getting into this tonight, because the 2 formats are extremely different. So, for introduction purposes, we'll have each of you sort of say who you are, and I want to know, because I want to know for myself as well, what your history is with Magic as like a thing, and then what is interesting to you about Commander. So that's our kickoff. So who would like to go first, James or Arnie?
I can go. Doesn't matter.
You spoke first. Go first.
Yeah, I am going first. My name is Arnie Parrott. I write music as a job. I travel and do Renaissance festivals. That's who I am. My experience with Magic the Gathering, I played just like every single other nerd. I played in high school and college and thought it was just kind of the thing that we did, like this is just a fun thing we did. But never really very seriously, I built a few decks and kind of enjoyed it. And it wasn't until like a few years ago, just before the sort of onset of the pandemic, that I was talking to a friend of mine, who maybe I doubt he's been on One Shot, but his name is Mike Brunleeb. He's a improviser and a all-around solid guy. And he and I started talking about Cube, which is another Magic format. Mm-hmm. And so basically before the pandemic and then up till time now, I've been playing Cube pretty much every month. We have either Vintage Cube or Legacy Cube. And I love Cube is like my favorite way to play Magic ever. It's like so much. It's like everything I didn't really like about Magic showed up and or is so easily mitigatable by building a cube. And so Brunlieb and a few other people, myself included, we all kind of curate this list of 540 cards that you cycle through and we draft from every month. And it features for the way we play it, we have functionally all the most powerful cards in Magic except for the Power 9. So we don't have any Moxen, we don't have any Lotus or anything like that. And we do have Time Twister, but we cut out a few of the other cards. Like there's no Soul Ring, no Mana Crypt, no like Library of Alexandria. Any card that is like gives you a crazy amount of advantage, we cut. But still, every other broken card we put in this cube for the purposes of making it the most exciting Magic we possibly could, where every turn is a haymaker followed by a haymaker followed by a haymaker, and things that would seem to be sort of unbeatable, like if they happen to you in a game, you automatically have a counterplay for, because it's impossible to draft a bad card. Every card in the format is busted beyond comprehension.
That rules.
Yeah, so we've been playing that for, I'd say, probably like I said, I take a few months off to travel and do the fair stuff, but even when I'm doing that, I'm kind of just like, I draft the cube for fun, like just on the website, and I'm always talking about cards that go in it, and Mike and I talk, and everyone who plays the cube, we all discuss what should and shouldn't go in it, and so that is the format we play. And it is, the things I love about it are the barrier to entry is nothing, right? Mike has spent most of the money, but the rest of us all contribute. Any cards that he's interested in from new sets, we buy and we put in the cube as sort of our way of doing it. But if you want to come play, you don't have to pay anything. And the cube itself is probably worth $10,000, $12,000, $15,000. You know, we have so many expensive cards in there, and there's no barrier. You don't need to pay anything to play with some of the craziest cards in the game. So it's totally free to play some very cool, very high level, fascinating Magic if you just want to come play every month. I love that. I love the format. It's singleton, just like Commander, but it's 40 card decks, not 100 card decks. And sorry, were you going to ask a question before I moved on?
Yeah, I was kind of wondering, like, sort of where you hang out, what sort of shape everyone is in physically. How easy do you think it would be to steal from all of you?
Well, it would be physically very easy, but the emotional labor of just like taking something that a bunch of like beta males desperately cling to is sort of the only way we can hold up in sport competition. I mean, you'd be ruining many of us. And I mean, some of them have kids, you know. I mean, the real, so JPC plays with us, so you'd have a really strong.
Oh, wait a minute, I'm back in.
Yeah. So it would be a very strong impulse to steal because we all want to ruin his life, but you'd be hurting a lot of people just to also hurt JPC. And honestly, he cares the least of any of us, so it wouldn't be worth it. But yeah, so that's my entire experience with like modern Magic. Is I got back into that because of Cube. That's what I got obsessed with. I don't really play Standard. I don't really focus on drafts or anything like that. And my Commander experience is I've played 3 games total, kind of while waiting between Cube stuff for like when we met up or just like casually. And when I posted on Twitter, the reason I'm even in this call is that I don't understand it. I understand the rules fine, but actually, and I don't mean this, I would love to hear what people find enjoyable about Commander, because I have a very hard time playing it and liking it, and I will go into reasons why when we actually talk about it. But I love Magic, and I love playing Magic, and it maybe is just that it's not my format, but Commander to me sort of moves a lot of things that I love about Magic to secondary objectives and pushes things that I don't enjoy as much kind of forward to the front. And like I said, I love building decks. That's why drafting is my main format that I love to do. So building is a blast. Like that, I'll do all day. But as soon as it comes to actually playing the deck and like playing it with other people, I struggle a little bit with, hey, what are we doing here? You know? So that's something we'll have to talk about it when we actually get into the meat of things. I don't want to just occupy the conversation with me and my entire life of Magic.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll definitely cover that, because when we talk about what Commander is, and I sort of give my take on it, because there is the official here's what Commander is, and then I have a particular view on it that may be a little bit different from that as well. But James, what's your history with Magic?
Hi, I'm James D'Amato. I run the Campaign Skyjacks podcast, and for now, I run One Shot. But hey, listeners, that could change. That could be you. We're looking for a new host right now. Look at my Twitter, and we'll get to that later. I have been playing Magic probably since I think it is high school. I think I really started freshman year of high school. I got into Magic when the Mirrodin block was just hitting. And I got really into it through that block, and I started doing tournament play, and I mostly did at the time it was called Type 2. I think now it is just called Standard.
Yeah.
And I really loved it, but very quickly after we got out of like Mirrodin and all of the artifact stuff, they introduced the Kamigawa block, and none of it made sense to me anymore. It wasn't all about artifacts, and like I kind of fell off in those years. There was a brief return to Mirrodin where again I was I played that briefly, and then I fell off of that, and I recently got back into it thanks to Arena and the Forgotten Realms set that came out, because there's just something about the allure of a different nerdy property that I already love being incorporated into my Magic the Gathering. I got heavy into that block and have kind of played those cards until they were not legal anymore. And now I'm like, do I still like Magic? Hard to say. That Baldur's Gate thing came out, and we'll talk about that in a second. There's a lot that I don't understand about modern Magic. What I will say is I really do enjoy constructed formats so much more than drafted formats. And I have played a lot of different variants of Magic over the years. I've played, Two-Headed Dragon. I can't remember what it's called, but that awful 3 versus 3 variant where like you've got the 2 players in the middle who don't really play until people on the sides die. And here's the thing I hate about variant Magic. It takes too long. Magic is already a very slow card game, and every variant play makes the game slower. So I am also very suspicious of Commander as a format because I suspect it will be slower.
You are correct in that assessment.
I think Magic should be faster and not slower.
Okay.
James, I'm just going to make a quick sideboard here. Remind me, we are going to talk about something either at the end of this stream or whatever, but I have a way to make Magic so fast, and we're going to talk about it sometime.
I would love to talk about that. Like, I think my most controversial Magic take is that they should just fucking reprint the Power 9 and create.
Yeah, that is probably one of the most. That is one of the most controversial takes you could possibly have.
Yeah. Fucking reprint the Power 9, put it in its own format. First of all, I want those speculative markets to collapse. So fuck all those people. And those cards make the game faster.
Yeah, they do.
That's what game needs. That's what the game needs.
You might like Yu-Gi-Oh, James. Yu-Gi-Oh's over in 2 turns.
Yu-Gi-Oh. I've got my own problems with Yu-Gi-Oh.
Okay, we don't need. Is this a Yu-Gi-Oh stream? It could be.
No, it won't be.
Okay.
I've seen that on Hilarion Community College. Yeah, for sure.
That actually is a good segue into sort of my history with Magic, because it directly influences why I'm playing Commander now. So I learned in high school, that was back when Ice Age was first released. So I've been with Magic almost as long as Magic has been a thing. I think it was like 4 years after the initial release that I started playing. Played up until college, didn't really play much after that. After college, I had some friends who got back into it, and during that time, I had to make a choice as to where I was going to spend my money, and it was either going to be Magic cards or 3rd edition and 3.5 edition D&D books. And I chose D&D at the time because I didn't have as much fun playing Magic because I wasn't either as good as my friends who played, or I didn't have... I wasn't able to build decks that like went for the win the way that theirs did, and that was a problem when I played in high school too. Although in high school we played at lunch, and we would play 8-player games because we had a bunch of people, and we would play. You only can attack one direction, so like you attack to the left, and we would try and get a full game done by the time lunch ended, and we often did.
Did you have 6-hour lunches?
No,
yeah, I was like,
no. We
give everyone 4 life. Maybe it could happen.
No, but we had a guy, and so I wasn't. I didn't know. either didn't know or wasn't comfortable with the idea of trying to find a card store to buy singles, but we had a guy who played a mono black deck that had 4 Singular Vampires and 4 Royal Assassins and 4 Icy Manipulators, and so he would just tap and untap things and kill with the Royal Assassins. And this is also the guy who played who introduced me to the concept of floating mana, where he would tap all of his lands and then cast Jokel Hops and destroy everything. And
That's
then
a classic.
And then refill his board, including with a Lurgoyf, the original one. So now it's like a 24/24, and he's just wrecking the table.
Yeah.
So I didn't get back into Magic until right around the time that Forgotten Realms was introduced, because my local gameplay group, someone had gotten into it, and we all sort of followed her suit and started getting into this. Then I had a kid, and I found my time severely constrained for like long RPG sessions. Not only that, but my gaming group, the place where we would play, that family moved. And so like the linchpin of what we would do socially was gone. And shortly after that, we found out we were having a second kid, and my world like collapsed into a neutron star dense pinpoint of, oh God, everything's changing and I have nothing to cling to anymore, because I couldn't find time for RPGs. I wasn't interested in writing them at the time. But I was playing Magic on Arena still, and we'd started playing Commander in my group, and I started looking for more Commander content. So I listened to the Command Zone and some of the other podcasts, and I found some Discords, and I realized that, and this is sort of my intro pitch for why I love Commander, is that Commander for me satisfies the same itch as tabletop game design, and playing Commander satisfies the same itch, the same social itch as playing an RPG session, but it's over much faster and there's a lower barrier to entry. And I'll unpack that as we move on. But that's my quick and dirty pitch, right? Is that for me right now in life, Commander's a replacement for playing RPGs, for a variety of factors, some of them extremely personal. But that's why I am doing a podcast making themed decks, right? It's like writing a game is for me. It gives that creative thing. So just as a quick rundown, since this is technically a Commander 101, and you both know all of this right now, but those watching may not yet. Commander is a Magic the Gathering format that consists of, because I have a bunch right here of a 100 card deck, right? Where you have a single legendary creature who serves as your commander. Sometimes they're called the general, so on and so forth. It will also be referred to as EDH, which stands for Elder Dragon Highlander, because that was the original name of the format, because it was started by a bunch of judges on the tournament scene who wanted something to do in their downtime that wasn't as intense as competitive play, and they wanted to be able to use all the old cards that they had sitting around, and they wanted to be able to use those sweet Elder Dragons that were printed in Legends for the first time. And so, because there can be only one, that's the Highlander part, and the Elder Dragons comes from all the original commanders were Elder Dragons. It is a singleton format, which means you can only have one of each card in your deck aside from basic lands. Other than that, there's a very minimal ban list. I think there are less than 24 cards that are banned in the format, going all the way back to the beginning of Magic's history. And that's it. You build the decks and you play them. It is a multiplayer format, so ideally you're playing in a pod of 4 people. You have 40 life instead of 20 to start with. And there is a thing called commander damage. So if someone's commander deals combat damage to you, you track that separately. And if you hit 21 commander damage from any one commander, you are out of the game. The reason for that is because it's really easy. You can get 100, 200, 400 life, depending on the kind of deck you're playing. And games have to end, right? So commander damage is a way around heavy life gain strategies.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the basic rundown. Like that's basically what Commander is. And it is just my favorite thing right now. It makes sense to me. It clicks for me. and that's why I've started making content based on it. The community around Commander as a format is much more welcoming than the more competitive side of Magic. I find, in fact, a lot of parallels between the Commander community and the indie RPG community. Save that the
How could
Commander
anybody
community
be more welcoming and friendly than competitive Magic players?
Yeah, Magic
Oh.
the Gathering is a beautiful game full of beautiful people who
Absolutely.
are in it just for the love of it, you know?
The love
but,
of it.
but-
To make other people happy.
Paul, no, I haven't mentioned color identity yet. I will mention that in a second. Thank you. But no, Commander has a lot of parallels to indie RPGs as a community, in my view, because I'm not leaving, but I'm like less involved with one and being introduced to the other. And there are a lot of lovely people in both spaces that have a lot of the same agendas because Commander is first and foremost a social format. So before I dive into that, I'll real quick say for Paul's question, when you build, or Paul's thing, when you build the deck, you have to build the deck with cards in it that match your commander's color identity. So what that means is the mana symbols that are at the top of the card, right? This one is blue, black, white, and green. I can only have blue, black, white, and green cards in the deck. That also means if there is a mana symbol in the rules text on the bottom, that counts too. So like there are colorless commanders that have 5 mana symbols in their rules text, and that means you can play all 5 colors in the deck. There are a few like edge case exceptions to that. There's one mechanic called Extort that has mana symbols in the reminder text, but it's not rules text, so you can play Extort cards in decks that are not just white or black, but that's like an edge case kind of thing. So generally speaking, if your legendary creature is green and red, you can have green and red cards in your deck, and that's the rule to follow when you're deck building. Tryman95, thank you for the raid. Very much appreciated. So, Commander, as I said, is first and foremost a social format. You are still playing Magic. You're playing a game where there is an endpoint, and at the endpoint, someone will be the winner of the game. But if you're not playing competitive EDH, which is a thing, it's sort of a sub format, then winning the game can be a secondary goal. For me, the kinds of Magic I like, yeah, because you're there to. The official Commander rules document, or the description of Commander, says that deck should be an expression of the person who is playing the deck, right? So you are saying something about yourself with the deck that you play, right? It's your personal style. It's the type of play that you like. For me, with the Mountain Goats decks, it's about evoking the feelings of listening to that Mountain Goats song while you are seeing my deck in action, right? Which is very analogous. James, you probably have seen this. It's very analogous to the kinds of games that I've written, right? My games are very experiential little things. And so I can do that with a Commander deck. So the kinds of games that I like are the ones where everyone is there to show what their deck wants to do, to experience what everyone else's deck wants to do, and at the end of the game to go, wow, you did a really good job. That was a really cool line how you did that. I'm glad that you won the game. Congratulations, let's shuffle up and play again. Right? It's not necessarily about aiming for the win yourself. Now, that having been said, there are decks, you can make decks that just dirtle around and do absolutely fuck all, and those are super annoying to play against, because the game still has to end. So there's a very interesting line to walk, right, when you're building a deck, because in my case, I want it to evoke something, but I also don't want it to just sit around and do nothing, because Magic still has a point to it, which is to end the game with someone winning. So the way that I suggest you think about a game of Commander that might be more helpful than, we're going to get together and we're going to smash these 2 drafted decks together until one of us wins and it's all going to be wild and blow up. This is closer to playing a board game, or a 1 to 2 hour indie RPG where you're all getting together to have the same kind of experience together. So it's very different than regular Magic.
It sounds extremely different.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me. I still feel like So I think Magic, of course, this makes perfect sense, right? Because Magic and Dungeons and Dragons kind of, I don't want to say suffer from the same thing, but they have the same problem where James made a whole show about how D&D is not the be all end all tabletop RPG, right?
Mhm.
And, but like
That
it
was
gets
the explicit goal.
yeah, but like the fact is people play D&D but they keep trying to like mold it to their own ways and then are kind of annoyed when it's not like working that way, right? When
Mhm.
there's like thousands of different ways to play it. And I feel like Magic is kind of that same way where I like the like competitive. I think Magic is an amazing game. Like just like rules wise, strategy wise, there's so much cool stuff built into it. And I think that I personally feel a little weird moving it into a social space. Not
Mhm.
that I think it shouldn't be. Like I think everyone should be allowed to enjoy a game any way they want to be. It's just strange for me to take a game that I view as something that's supposed to be like intense and competitive and then be like, and now we're going to use it just to kind of hang out, which maybe, definitely is a flaw of mine. But like, but that's I think my disconnect with Commander is like, are we trying to win? Am I trying to like, I'm trying to build something that I think is really cool, but also like I don't want to, like I also want to play optimally, right? Like
Mhm.
for me, cool is playing well, and
Sure.
I don't want to like not play well because I don't want to knock a player out because their deck hasn't done their thing.
Right.
Like that's like a weird line for me to be like, you know what? All right, I just won't do the thing I'm supposed to do because I'm trying to make space for someone else to do it.
Right.
And obviously that doesn't always happen, but that's I think the thing in the 3 games I've played, it has always been a disconnect between the players of like how competitively are we taking this? What
Mhm.
is the power level of these decks? How do we define that? Like the conversations of do you have infinites? Do you have ways to instantly win? If something happens, that stuff. There's a lot of
Yeah.
like extra rules to put in the ways I've played it.
Right. And in my experience, it's not extra rules. It is one solid, and this, James, this is going to sound real familiar to you. It's like having a safety tools conversation before you play an RPG, right? It's kind of like doing lines and veils because you're trying to get everyone on the same page of what do we want out of this experience. If you all want to slam together really high powered decks, then awesome. Everyone's on the same page. You're all going to try and win no matter what, and that's competitive EDH usually, right? There are that format has a meta. There are known decks just like there are in tournament play for standard or modern or legacy or whatever. Like
Yeah,
if someone's bringing a blue farm deck to the table, a competitive EDH player knows what that means. I know the term blue farm. I have no fucking clue what the deck is actually like, right? Competitive EDH is a thing that I'm kind of like on the periphery of, and I may dip my toe in someday, but it's a very different play style than what I enjoy. And there used to be a convention in Commander where you talk about a deck's power level and try and rate it from 1 to 10, and that's really, really hard to do. The current thing I like to try and do is talk about when my deck wants to win the game. Like when if unobstructed, when will my deck be in a position to pull off the win? And my favorite stuff happens around turns 8 to 10, right? 8 to 10 full passes around the table, and I'm in a position to do the thing. I don't tend to run infinite combos as much. Paul can tell you I've run at least 2 in games with him. But those are edge cases, and I'm actually thinking about taking them out of the decks.
Yeah.
And I don't tend to run a lot of tutor cards, like Demonic Tutor to go find any card, or any of the find an artifact, find an enchantment, because one of the things again that separates EDH or Commander from other formats is variance. And again, another analog to RPGs. It's why we use die rolls in RPGs, right? Variance. We want some randomness introduced into the format. And when you have 100 cards and you can only have one of each, you're very likely not going to hit the same cards every time you shuffle up and draw. Whereas if you have a 60 card deck with 4 ofs, you're trying to hit the same cards every time, right? So building a commander deck is a lot like saying, again, this is a very me thing, but it's a lot like prepping for an RPG session. It's like, okay, I know I want to hit A, B, and C. So A, B, and C are in the deck. The supports for A, B, and C are in the deck. And how they happen, well, that's just dependent on the cards, baby, or if someone else makes me draw more, or discard my hand, or whatever game actions take place. It's going to be different every time.
Wow, this is fascinating, and I think it makes the deck lists that I brought today. It puts them in a very sharp relief, because I definitely approached creating those decks like I would have approached a standard format. With the same goals of standard in mind. So fascinating stuff.
Yeah, and I will say I built mine. I had a very similar rule. So I built mine based on the idea of I put one infinite in it because I just was like, you know what, I feel like sometimes this happens, but I have like the ability to remove it and put in two other things that won't affect that, you know, just to be like, hey, I wanted it to be modular based around the idea of I don't know who it would be playing with. So I'd like it to be capable of playing at a high power level, but also at a low power level. And I also don't like tutors, especially, I mean, honestly, I don't like tutors for the completely different reason. I don't care about consistency. I care about watching someone sort through 100 magic cards. Like, I just do not want to do that. Like, I simply do not enjoy that part of the game. So tutors will not be in any of my decks. I don't want to watch you do it. So I built it the entire deck is based around literally rolling the dice. Like, the whole concept of it is I have no fucking idea what it will do at any given moment. And whatever thing happens, I'm going to have to then just figure out what the best optimal play with this series of events is.
Cool. Yeah, and my so I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna flip over to OBS real quick, and I think I'm gonna pull up Moxfield real quick. I'll send you to this link in Discord so you can see it as well, because I think this is a good time to talk about decks and how they're constructed, and in general, like, my approach to building decks. So I'll run that down a little bit, and then we'll look at the decks that you two built. So I'm going to share my Moxfield screen on I'll put it up on OBS. So I just need a quick moment to get that window set up so it's actually going to be viewable for everybody. Moxfield and my decks. There we are. So let me just add a window real quick. Window capture. Moxfield. And set it to... why are you not seeing the actual Moxfield window that I just opened up?
I don't know, but it looks like we're frozen again.
Oh yeah, you're
going.
You're gonna be, because
this is perfect. I'm gonna take my shirt off real quick.
All right.
But do it. Back that stream, Tracy. We need these numbers.
Y'all get any super pasty people in the One Shot Network?
Most of us, yes. Okay, so if you're looking at the stream, this is my Moxfield window. James, can you see it as well?
Yes, I can.
Okay, awesome. So the first deck,
see it on the stream.
Okay,
on the stream. Yeah, if you want to put the link in the chat.
I'll
I'm
drop.
Waiting 10 seconds.
Yeah, so when I go to my deck, I'll drop it in there. So the first deck I ever built, which I will put in the chat there for you all, is my Goblin deck. It is my favorite deck. It is my highest powered deck, and it revolves around the big boy, Muxus Goblin Grandee. It's a card from Jumpstart. When it enters the battlefield, reveal the top 6 cards of your library. Put all Goblin creature cards with converted mana cost of 5 or less from among them onto the battlefield, and the rest on the bottom. And when Muxus attacks, it gets +1/+1 to the end of the turn for each other Goblin you control. So this deck has won on as early as turn 3 in a 5-person pod. It's won on turn 5 a couple times. And basically the idea with this deck is that I get a card like Goblin Matron, which when it enters the battlefield, I can find a goblin. I find Goblin Recruiter, which when it comes into the battlefield, I find any number of goblins and I put them on top of the library in any order that I want. And then I cast Muxus, and I just get to pile on goblins, which have haste enablers and multiple goblin creators, and I can take out the entire table in one turn. It has stuff to go longer than that, but that's generally the plan with Muxus, is to hit hard, hit fast. It's Cobra Kai, right? Hard, fast, no mercy. You just go in and You play the lines the way you're supposed to play them. You get the goblins you're supposed to get on top of the library, and you go. So it's a deck built around that kind of consistency, right? It's a much more tuned deck than some of the stuff that I've built later on. So that was my first deck. It's been refined over time. The next one that I want to show as an example is we'll do the humans deck, because I love I try not to use the word tribal anymore, because there are indigenous folks who don't really like that term so much when you're talking about, so I use themed. So this is my human themed deck, right? Kyler Sigardian Emissary.
You sound like a space alien when you say that.
Yes.
A human deck.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is my human themed deck.
This is my, well, it used to be called Almost Humans
Burger
because
King.
because it's not all quite humans, but when you have Kyler out and another human enters the battlefield, you put a +1/+1 counter on Kyler, and other humans get +1/+1 for each counter on Kyler. So this one plays a little bit slower, but it can still ramp up in power, and it has some of what I would call the staple cards in it, because there's a lot of thought about what cards should sort of always be in a deck, right? So I've got cards like Kadama's Reach and Cultivate to find lands. Those are tutors I will put in because lands are a lot easier to find than other stuff. Artifacts, Arcane Signet, Soul Ring pretty much go in every deck that I make. Either Swiftfoot Boots or Lightning Greaves, so I can put those on the commander and protect them, right? Those are like staple cards that I put in a bunch of decks. But this one was not built around any theme other than a whole bunch of humans. And then the last one I'll show is the most recent one that I made for the Mountain Goats podcast, which is called Bring Your Heroes to the Wolf Den and Watch Them All Get Crushed. It's based on the song Werewolf Gimmick. And this one has a werewolf commander and Tovalar the Dire Overlord, but I used Moxfiel's tagging tools to actually break out the themes of this deck, right? So instead of instants, artifacts, sorceries, whatever, I have cards based on flavor. So there's a Belt of Giant Strength, because it's the only belt equipment in Magic, so it's the wrestling belt. Blinding Powder, a boxing ring, brass knuckles, grapple with the past, right? These are all on theme things. There are other wrestlers in the promotion, and these are all other legendary creatures who have their own wrestling shticks. So Goro is a goblin shtick. Halana and Elena, they're a tag team, baby. I've got special moves, right, as a wrestler. And then the song is about a very violent wrestler, so I have a category just called Violence. So all of these cards, when I put them in the list, they started off in those instant artifact sorceries, so I sort of know what's going where and I have an idea, but then I tag them based on the flavor, so when I present the deck to the public, I can show them, here's what this thing is supposed to do and why. So those are 3 different decks that I've built at 3 very different points in time in the last year that I've been playing Commander. The Goblin deck, been around the longest. I will probably never take it apart. I'm just going to keep tuning it and like swapping one card in and one card out so I can just keep tightening it up even more. The Humans deck, it's fine. I haven't played it a lot. I may take it apart here soon to get some of those staple pieces out and make something else out of it. But it's a fine deck. There's nothing wrong with it. And then the Werewolf deck is from the most recent project, which is all super on-theme stuff while still making a functional deck. So like, they're all suited for different sort of levels of play, right? I bring the Goblin deck out when either we're playing high power or it's the last game of the night and we want to go fast. And I play it fast. Kyler, I'd bring out, that's another 8 to 10 turn deck. And Tovalar, I'm not sure. I think it's probably in the lower power tier sort of thing. I played it on stream on Monday, and I had enough fun with it that I played it twice. Whereas the first deck that I made for the podcast, I swapped out after one game because it wasn't quite clicking for me. So yeah, with that in mind, you two also built decks. So, and I've got the links for those that I'll pull up here. So I thought it would be interesting for you two to just sort of talk through, like I did with my deck, what you did with yours, because there's no like invalid or bad way to make a deck. It all just depends on where you're taking it and who you're playing with, right? As long as the deck is constructed to function properly. So James, I am pulling up your Dragons deck. So I'm going to paste that into the stream channel. Why don't you talk us through this one real quick?
Yeah. So I, like I said, got back into Magic the Gathering with the Forgotten Realms set because, hey, they had D&D references in it, and all the dragons looked like all the D&D dragons, and not, generic Magic dragons. So I became quite enamored and built a dragon deck in Standard. And I was sort of like really struggling with a singleton format. I have only played singleton like I think 2 or 3 times in my life before doing this stream. And I didn't really like it. I am a big fan of combo decks. I like finding a couple cards that work really, really well together and accelerating myself towards getting those cards out and having that combination do something absolutely silly. So with the singleton format, it's really difficult to do that because, as we have been saying, it is hard to consistently count on getting any cards out. You never know what is going to come next. So I looked to Tiamat, one of my favorite cards from the Forgotten Realms set. And Tiamat makes a great commander, first of all, because I can use any card that I want. And I built this deck around getting Tiamat onto the field quickly. Because Tiamat allows you to search for other dragons. So that way I can count on having a certain amount of cards every time, as long as I can put together all of the mana that I need to put Tiamat on the field. I can get my other dragons on the field and do my big dragon bomb. The way that I do that is this is not just a deck that is made to summon dragons. It is also like a little bit thematically tied to dragons in that treasure is the other big part of this deck. So I am generating as many treasure tokens as possible. I set up a situation where Tiamat is on the field and swinging away. I throw Goldspan Dragon and Old Gnawbone onto the field.
Goldspan's the tubby boy. He's a little tubby dragon.
Oh yeah.
Old Goldspan's a sweet little boy.
Look at him.
He just loves his treasure so much.
He's
a
big boy.
He makes that treasure twice as delicious, and then Old Gnawbone spits out treasure for the damage that you do. So getting those onto the field, I suddenly have a ton of treasure that I can spend on things. Ideally, when this comes out, I am also generating enough treasure to put Inferno the Star Mount onto the field, and then I just pay into Inferno until it generates that 20 damage, which would not necessarily work in Commander. However, hopefully I have enough active creatures swinging at that point too, that I would be able to deal like the 40 damage. Though that probably wouldn't be a board wipe because my understanding of Commander is it's a 4 on. It's like is it 4v4 or is it 2v2?
It's 4v4. So you can play a variation called Two-Headed Giant, where it's 2-on-2, and you're each playing you and your partner are sort of playing your decks together. But generally speaking, it's going to be 4 people each out for themselves.
Yeah, it's not 4v4. It's 4-man free for all.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. Otherwise, that'd be it.
I don't want to tie myself to words, Arne. I feel like we have to bring words into this, but yeah,
Okay.
that's the essential deck. It moves for a deck that depends on summoning a 7 cost creature. Like, I think it moves pretty quickly, but it would, only end a normal game of Magic very quickly.
Right.
I think with Commander, it would just make me pretty dangerous at an early turn, and I would have couple chances to maybe end the game, but also probably draw a lot of attention to myself. So I don't know what the dynamic would be like with that.
That tends to be a thing that and it's something I have to watch out for when I'm not playing the Goblin deck, because I tend to play all my decks like it's the Goblin deck, and I will draw aggro very quickly because I present a threat even though I may not already be one. So the site, for anyone who's watching, this site is called Moxfield. This is where I build all of my decks, and one of the really useful tools for Moxfield is at the bottom here, where you can see your mana value of all your spells, how close you are to playing things on curve, whether you have all your colors covered based on the lands you have in your deck, and what the average mana value is. And honestly, James, even with lands, the average mana value of this deck is 3.59, and most of your lower stuff is there to ramp you out or help you get dragons or get you more mana. So like, it's a pretty decent setup. I think like for a first commander deck, this is awesome. This is solid. Like if you had the physical cards and we were in personal proximity together, I would love to play this deck against you. Like I'd love to see what it does.
Hundreds of dollars. So
yes.
If you're out there watching and you'd like to see that too, I want you to head over to patreon.com/oneshotpodcast and sign up to donate so that I can frivolously burn all of that cash on cardboard.
Yeah. I think also for your first commander deck, going 5 color is kind of crazy. Like it's great. It's very ambitious, but like the idea of 5 color, I love 5 color, but also they so frequently devolve into a 5 color pile of good cards because you just can play every good card, and your deck actually is focused and interesting, which I think is good too. Like just putting out as many dragons as possible. That's magic, baby.
Yeah,
there's nothing else to it.
That's magic. Yeah, I enjoy 5 color play a lot in I think some of the most recent sets. They have combination lands in pretty much every new set. Some form of combination land.
Yep.
And treasure tokens are, gosh, what a great innovation. What a beautiful gift to make the slow game of Magic the Gathering interesting and fun to play.
So one card that I might suggest for your list, just because she's a favorite of mine, and I know what I would swap her in for. So you've got Kalain Reclusive Painter in there. And Kalain is awesome because when she enters the battlefield, you make a treasure token. But like that's a one-time thing. In the search bar up there on Moxfield, James, type in Magda, Magda, and just take a look at Magda Brazen Outlaw. So she is a 2-cost, just like Kalain, dragon-themed legendary dwarf. Whenever a dwarf becomes tapped, you make a treasure token. And that includes her. And when you have 5 or more treasures, you can just sack 5 treasures and pull the dragon from your library and put it on the battlefield.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think I would abandon Kalain for Magda, because the other thing Kalain does is when you spend treasure token on creatures, it gives +1/+1 counters. Yeah. Which, if you summon Inferno Star Mounted to battle that way, it is suddenly a lot cheaper to do their game-ending burn.
Very true.
Game ending, because it would not end the game in this format. But this does seem like an extremely useful card.
Yeah, I have a mono red Magda Dragons deck that is a budget deck, so it's under $50 is the total list.
Wow.
Yeah,
can't imagine.
Well, I will. I'll paste it in here real quick, and you can see it with your own eyes if you would like to. Let me just grab it real quick.
I would very much like to.
What did I've renamed all my decks because I started doing the Mountain Goats thing before I did the podcast, and so almost all my decks are named after Mountain Goats songs now, and I don't remember. Oh no, this one's called Dragon Ace because
Dragon Ace, baby.
Yeah. So it was more expensive, and then I swapped out Goldspan Dragon and one of the other expensive dragons. So yeah, it's a bunch of dragons and a bunch of treasure makers and 37 red land, and that's
wow.
it. Yeah. do damage when stuff comes into the battlefield, kill everything that doesn't have flyers with Earthquake, just dragons and cheap and fast. So
Man, when did Soul Ring become so cheap?
Commander did it. So basically, and that's something, as if anyone who's watching and is interested in Commander, and James, you've mentioned the cost of these cards. So for my own part, because I know my camera's not on screen right now, none of ours are, I got really lucky and I inherited a collection from a friend of mine. So I literally have, I've got like 20,000 cards sitting behind me on a shelf right now.
Whoa!
Not to mention that right around the time our kid was 2 months old, Elissa thought she was going to get into Magic, and so we bought physical cards. And so I got a bunch of really expensive cards from my friend who was getting out of the hobby entirely, and so I traded a bunch for store credit, and I just got boxes of every set that came out since Adventures in the Forgotten Realms. So I have just gotten boxes and boxes of product because it was all on credit. So I didn't spend a lot of actual money on this stuff, but I have a ton of cards. So all these decks that I'm showing you, I have the physical deck. These aren't just lists. Like I own the decks.
Wow.
And they're sleeved up and they're sitting here. Yeah. So that can be really expensive. That's one of the things that can make Magic really hard to get into, but Wizards makes pre-constructed Commander decks now, and they put Soul Ring in damn near every one of them. So the precons that come out right now are pretty good and pretty solid. The more recent ones clock in at like $50 a pop if you're going to get, because they do 2 Commander precons with every set. So Brothers War had a Mishra precon and an Urza precon that are set up with Mishra and Urza as the commanders, and you can play those artifact themed decks. But here in, I think, just a few days, probably on Friday, they are releasing 5 new introductory Commander decks that are $20 a piece and are decent lists. They've already spoiled the card list for them, and it's 100 cards. It has some staples in there, and it's a really good like starting point for a physical deck because you can play it as it is, and then you can swap out cards and upgrade it as you get deeper into it if paper Magic is something that you want to do. So there are, it's not all stupid expensive, although a lot of it still is. And honestly, I'm fine with making proxies of cards. Proxies are in competitive Commander, which is a lot like the Legacy Cube that Arne was talking about. Like, you play some ridiculously expensive cards in competitive EDH.
Yep. We do proxy our most expensive cards because there's no way we're buying those.
Exactly. So you just make a paper copy of the card. Like, you might take a forest and write Gaia's Cradle on there, because Gaia's Cradle, I don't know if you remember that card, James, because it's from the era that you played in. It is now a $1,200 card. It turned
like a non-mint, like a shitty version is probably $1,200. GAEA apostrophe S. Gaia's Cradle. Like the Earth Mother Gaia. And this is one of those that's expensive because of Commander, I assume.
Yes. Pretty
much the entirety of Magic's ecosystem is based around Commander at this point. Modern
has some impact on it, depending on the meta, but not as much. And there are some cards. There's actually a card from Commander Legends Baldur's Gate that is starting to shoot up because the initiative mechanic is now introduced into Legacy and Vintage.
Oh wow, interesting.
And so there's a card that was like a whatever rare. It's like a 5-cost white drop that gives you the initiative, and if you attack with rogues or clerics or warriors or wizards, it does something. It's now $5 because Legacy is like, oh wait a second, we have a new mechanic we can play with. So it's
this isn't from my era.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Mirrodin. Yeah, this is Gaia's Cradles. What set is that? I don't even know. 2 gears.
Urza's Saga.
Oh,
that's
okay.
The same one as Tolarian Academy, which makes
another card that is insane.
Yeah,
and I do at least have Tolarian, and they don't allow this one. Oh yeah, I got Tolarian Academy. I hunted that down. I bought Tolarian Academy for $20 American.
Pretty good.
Awesome.
Pretty good.
Okay, so that's a run through James's deck. Let me grab Arnie's real quick, and we'll drop that in the view here. And Arnie, you can talk about what you did with that.
Well, what did I do with this?
Ooh, Grenzo.
Firstly, I picked this card because I think this is one of the weirdest cards in Magic. It has an effect on it that simply doesn't exist. I've never seen it before, ever.
Yeah.
What Grenzo does is you pay 2 colorless. You can take the bottom card of your library without looking. You just take the card and you put it in your graveyard. If it is a creature card with power less than or equal to Grenzo, it pops out of the graveyard and goes onto the battlefield. So 2 colorless mana, and you can do this at instant speed, and you can do this in response to anything. And I just thought that was so funny and so crazy and so weird. So the whole goal of this deck, you'll notice I have 57 creatures, 1 commander, 1 instant, 9 artifacts, 33 lands. The goal is Grenzo will cost 3, he will be red, he will be black, he will be 1, he will have 3 power. And I made a list of every single annoying or powerful or it does something when it comes into play, and it costs, and the power is 3 or less. And the goal is you put Grenzo onto the battlefield, and then you immediately just begin spinning the roulette wheel. You can do it at the end of the turn before you. You tap mana, you tap, you tap, you tap, and you just pull cards off the bottom of your library, and you put cards into play. I just thought that was kind of hilarious. The idea of simply putting just a million small guys in play that will do some sort of effect when they come in, but I'm not looking for anything in particular. I mean, it's just sort of chaos, and I'm pretty sure it's actually very powerful. I haven't played it, but I'm just eyeballing it. It just seems like it's actually pretty crazy, especially with certain things. I have a card in here in the artifact section that is Heartstone. Cost of each creature ability is reduced by 1, which means now Grenzo, you can just tap 1 and put a creature into play. And you're most likely hitting things most of the time. You're usually hitting creatures, and then I have a bunch of creatures that'll put artifacts into play because the only other cards I have are artifacts, and I only have 1 instant. So if that goes into the graveyard, that's annoying, but there's no way I'm getting it back. Yeah, that's the whole idea, is just spin Grenzo's wheel. And also Grenzo is very... So I put in cards that normally have no play if you look at the artifact section, like Tel'Gilid's Stylus, right? Put target permanent you own on the bottom of your library.
Yeah.
Right?
Why would you
ever
want
play
to
this
do
card?
that? Well,
yeah, well, you do it with Grenzo. And the other thing is Grenzo can play himself, right? This is the stupid part, is Grenzo can... He when he gets removed from play, if somebody tries to lightning bolt him or whatever, and I have Tel'Gilid Stylus in play, I can tap my 2, which will play the next creature, and then on the stack put Stylus. He goes onto the bottom of the library, the battlefield, it takes stock of that, and then checks the bottom of my library for a card. Sure enough, it's Grenzo. He comes into play under his own effect, which is how are you gonna kill him?
Well,
it's just And also, almost no deck ever interacts with the bottom of your library. There's so many ways to make you mill cards, to discard cards. There's just so little counterplay to this very weird, very niche effect.
I'm obsessed with this deck, Arnie.
I love this. I just thought it was such a funny concept, and I looked online and I found a few people who had built decks sort of based around this idea, and I looked at their general list and I copied a bunch of it because that's what you do. I don't know all of these cards, but then I added a bunch of cards I love and removed a bunch of cards I thought were redundant, and I really tried to sort of completely streamline the idea of I'm just going to play as many things a turn as possible. I got rid of there's some infinite combos that people put in, or really sort of gimmicky bits that I just thought were kind of no, I want to pay 2 mana and I want something to happen, and I want to do that 500 times a turn if I can, and I just want to put in a million things that will make people go, fuck, what do we do now?
Yeah.
So that's the whole idea. There's very little else to it. I think it to me, this is what would be fun about Commander, is the fact that I would feel for my brain, like I said, the hardest part about it is I want to win. I want to be competitive. Maybe it's a flaw, whatever it is, but I love optimal play. I love trying to manipulate the stack and the rules, and all the things that make Magic very enjoyable to me involves really pushing the limits of how do you play this well, how do you anticipate. And so this kind of removes that I think this would make it easier for me to play, because I wouldn't be worried about that. I wouldn't be trying to play well. I would be trying to put as many things in play, and then once the effects are all lined up in front of me on the stack, I can go, great. I put some tokens in play. I deal 4 damage to that. I deal 2 damage to you. You know, like it literally, like I don't have to worry about making the optimal play. I make the play and then do with it what I will, instead of having to worry about like, oh, do I need to hold this up? Do I need to worry about his creatures or, you know, whatever. So it's just a force for chaos deck.
Yeah.
And that's it.
I think what you said, Arnie, about like having a thing that you want to see your deck do and having that help you circumvent your like competitive angle is a very Commander thing to have happen. So there's a podcast called Commander Sphere that I really, really adore, and it's a comedy podcast that focuses on Magic, and they were joking on one episode about a different ranking system for decks, right? Because the 1 through 10 system is not working. So here are all the different tiers we're going to talk about. And one of them that they jokingly said they called lasagna tier, which is literally just a pan of lasagna that you call your Magic deck. Right?
Delicious.
It's absolutely delicious. Everyone loves playing against it. But like
no one more so than Richard Garfield.
Yeah.
There we
But lasagna tier became this sort of thing for people who follow the podcast of like a certain deck, a certain like class of deck that you've built it because you want to see it do a certain thing, right? It may not be the most competitive, but like you're going to be satisfied if you get to do the thing that your deck is built to do, right?
Yes.
And in your case, it is let me pile up the stack with triggers and rip stuff off the bottom of my library and just see what the fuck happens. And if you
see what the fuck happens.
If you get to do that, then like you get to walk away from the game satisfied. And I try to build all of my decks with that in mind. I've got a blue-red, so is it equipment deck where the commander gives any equipped creature flying and haste. Yeah. So like you slap a gauntlet on something and suddenly it's in the air and it's really fast.
Yeah, zooming around.
And there is an equipment called Quietus Spike that when it hits someone and deals damage, the equipped creature deals damage, it cuts their life total in half.
Yeah.
Which is just like hilarious in Commander, right? Because you suddenly go from 40 to 20. And all I want to do, my only goal in that the entire game for that deck, it's one of 2 for that deck, is to get Quietus Spike on something and swing with it. The other thing that I want to do is there is a card called 7 Dwarves that says you can have 7 copies of 7 dwarves in your deck, and that is allowed in Commander because the card says so. Yeah. And so you get +1/+1 for every other copy of 7 dwarves that you have. So if you have all 7 dwarves out, they're all 9/9s because they're 2/2s to start with. So I have 7 copies of 7 dwarves in that deck, and someday I want to get all 7 on the battlefield at the same time, and that's all I want to do with that deck. And but it still was a functional, fun Commander deck.
So another reason I did this is because when I play in Cube, I like to build sort of heady and dirtily, not dirtily is the wrong word, but like I like decks that have I don't play a ton of aggro. I don't play a ton of like turn 4 mono red, mono white, just like overwhelm the opponent with just sheer quality good cards. I like sort of things that just have a bunch of facets to them and require a lot of careful play. And this deck, I think, is kind of my dream aggro deck because it just involves putting a million things on the field and then like being a crazy big threat, but also like having no real organization to it, you know, not being like, I don't know.
Yeah, no.
I have a card in here, Master of Cruelties. I don't know. That's a card that I just find very funny. It's sort of in the vein of zero-sum fun Magic. I just want to highlight this card because I think this card is hilarious, and also especially in Commander, it is First Strike, Death Touch, which is already pretty absurd. It can only attack alone, and when it attacks and isn't blocked, that player's life total becomes 1. Which is just like, hey, I'm going to send something at you that can kill any creature you have, and if you don't block it, you will have 1 life. So you basically have to lose. You have to lose a creature. I don't know. Magic is zero-sum fun sometimes. That's my philosophy.
Yeah. So like, all those decks are totally different, right? They all want to do different things, but like, I think that if like so Paul Stefko, who's in the chat here tonight, is one of my regulars on Holding Priority. He plays pretty much every week that the show has been on, streaming here on One Shot. And I think if we had Arne with the Grenzo deck and James, you brought your Dragon deck, I think Paul and I could each pull out decks that we already own and have constructed, and the four of us would sit down and we would all just get to play a fun game of Commander together, right? Because
sounds fine.
Because it's like it's a trusted pod sort of setup. We all know that we're there to like to have a good time and watch our decks do things and to go, oh, that was really sick when that happened, right? And Arne, your parallels from Magic to D&D are like pretty spot on there, right? It's like cheering on the DM's monster when they crit, right? It's like, even though that's your opponent, like it's still a group activity.
Yeah,
and it's,
I agree.
And it's really different from other forms of Magic. And I the excitement that I saw in each of you as you were like talking about what your deck can do and like looking at the other person's list and going, oh, that card rules, that happens in play, right? You want to see the other person drop their big bomb, you know. And there are always exceptions. Like you can always, like if you're playing a role-playing game and your dice are shit all night, right, that can affect how you are enjoying the time that you're having. If you've got a bad shuffle and things aren't going well, you know, that can affect how you're playing. But in general, for me, like the best games of Commander are when you've got four decks that are all relatively generally balanced in power, and you get to see people interact and fun stuff get played and things are going off left and right, and you're just like, oh wow, that was really cool when that thing happened, you know. And you get to break down the neat moments of the game, and then you shuffle up and you play again, you know.
Yeah.
And you've spent an hour to an hour and a half of time. Like that's my expectation for a game of Commander.
I have some friends who've played a lot of Commander, and they made a bunch of house rules, which they sent me a list of one time, and there's a few different things on there, but the ones that I thought were the ones that stuck with me forever were they play kind of like I do. They're more interested. They're competitive players, and they like playing the game beautifully and well.
Mm-hmm.
And the rule that stood out to me was, if you have if you can kill everyone at the table, if whatever you do can kill everyone at the table, put the cards down in front of you, you go clockwise around the table, everyone goes, can you deal with it? Right. And it's like, so everyone goes, yes, no, yeah, or no. If no one can deal with it, congratulations, we all agree you have won the game. You don't get to play anymore, though. We're going to finish. So that person gets to stand up and go do something else. And everyone agrees, yes, they won. Good job. And now, but we're going to keep playing. So
yeah, and
that is a much better.
Yeah,
I love that.
And I've seen groups do that. So there's some streams that I watch where they'll do that, where the other three people have really developed board states and the game is kind of competitive, and someone infinite combos out. And they're all like, okay, so you won that game. We're all just going to keep going. Whereas like,
play this one through.
Yeah. I finished with an infinite combo, I think week ago Monday on Holding Priority. And it was like the other boards weren't like totally established and we were ready to move on to something else. And so I presented my infinite loop. I was like, yeah, if I do this thing and I have enough cards in my deck, like, you're all going to be done. And I counted the cards like, yep. Anyone have any responses? Nope. And that was it. We GG'd and we moved on to the next game. So yeah, I'm curious now, like we've gone through like a whole bunch of stuff about Commander. We've looked at your deck lists, and Arne, I know you've given some of your perspective on how this differs from your usual play style and what you would need to like make it a fun thing for you. James, how are you, like, what are you thinking about all this? Because I know you've been like, you've gone like, oh wow, that's really different than what I expected when I've given you sort of my take on the format. So like, what are your thoughts about this from what you've heard so far?
I mean, it like, I do like the philosophy behind it. You know, I love the decks that were presented today. Like, they all seem like they'd be fun to play with. I would want to crack this egg open and actually play a game of Commander, because I do suspect it will still feel interminably slow.
Fair enough.
But I don't know for sure. again, every like Magic, I think, is like a little slow with two people even, and I will say to its credit, Arena you can finish a game in 20 minutes, which feels delightful to me, and that is the general like direction that I would love to see Magic the Gathering trend as like quicker games. But anytime you add more than that, it really slows things down. So the idea of a 4v4 or a 4-player free-for-all sounds like a nightmare, but I don't know. These are definitely fun decks. So there's a chance that it could be fun.
Yeah. Cool. I think given how long we've been going now, I want to shout out 2 other tools real quick on stream for people who may not be as familiar with the format. And I mentioned at least one of these to the 2 of you, so I'm going to just drop the first one in our chat there. I'm pretty sure, Arne, this is what you used when you were doing your list building. So the first one, let me just call it up here, edhrec.com is a hugely useful website. Let me transition the screen there. So basically this site was started by someone who was interested in the data behind Commander, and what it does is it actually scrapes information from a lot of the popular like deck building websites like Moxfield, for example, and Archidect, and it compiles all that information into a searchable database of what is the most popular thing to do with a given commander, right? So if I type in, let's just type in Tiamat, right? You call up Tiamat and you get the card, you get the average type distribution in the deck, 30 creatures, 35 lands, so on and so forth, the average mana curve, and then you get, here are a bunch of cards that you can use in Tiamat. Here are new cards. Here are high synergy cards. And high synergy means they're found in a lot of decks, right? Top cards. But then you can also go by theme. So Dragon Tribal is the most. There are 3,378 Dragon Tribal decks that use Tiamat as the commander. But then there's also a treasure themed deck. There's a Legends deck. There's a Snow themed deck. There's Shapeshifter Tribal. There's Pod, which means it's a birthing pod style deck where you want to sacrifice creatures to get other creatures out of your library. Historic, meaning legendary spells, artifacts, legendary spells and artifacts, and legendary creatures are considered historic. So, like, there's all kinds of different ways that you can see what cards are the most popular in a given deck. So you can get a lot of really good ideas there. I used EDHREC a lot when I was first building my decks because I didn't know a ton of cards. I've internalized a lot of card information now, and so when I'm building like the Mountain Goats decks, I literally just look through my collection and go, what goes with a Werewolf Wrestler? And like I pull out fight cards and things like that. So that was really, really useful. The other one is Scryfall.
Let the scry fall. Sorry. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Arne.
Yep. You're the singer,
and you fucking went for it. I'm so happy you did.
Any of us are doing this, Arne, it should be you. So Scryfall is a card search, right? And you can find anything you want, right? If we just look for Tiamat, it pulls up anything that has the word Tiamat in it, and you can check out the card. You see all the rules text right there on the screen. You can see what price it is depending on which version you want to buy. There are notes on the rules text down at the bottom in case you need clarification. But the real power of Scryfall is their advanced search. So there are a bunch of different things that you can look for. So for Arne's deck, for Grenzo, you can mark that the commander is a red and black commander. You can mark that the power is less than or equal to 3. And the format is legal in Commander. And you can search, and it will pull up every single, all 2,678 red and black 1 to 3 power cards. So you
Let's
can
get
find
some of those
them.
abyssal cards in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at all those.
Yeah, so you can find whatever you want to and drop it into your deck if that is, and like that's a huge pool of stuff. Obviously, there's stuff that you may not want to play, but it will give you an idea. If you want to go even further than that, you can add other things. So like in the text box, say you wanted to have First Strike, because that's a thing that red and black often can have. Add that in, and now there are 110 cards that match those criteria. So now you can search for all of those cards that meet that have First Strike. You could do the same for Haste, so on and so forth, whatever other text is on the card that you want to. And you can really customize what you want the deck to do that way.
I used this when I was building this deck because Grixis has, or not Grixis. This is
Grunto.
this is Grixis.
No,
well,
it's
no.
Mar-
What's red
it's
black?
it's Rakdos.
Rakdos. That's right.
Yeah.
To my knowledge of Magic, which is far from encyclopedic, red and black will never ever ever be able to deal with an enchantment. So I spent a bunch of time yesterday searching red and black enchantment interaction, and found like 2 cards, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Not many, but
No,
it was just
aren't.
like very useful for finding that.
Yeah, so those are some extremely useful tools that you can use when you're looking through stuff to build your own decks. So we have a few options here. If you two want to, we can, and you have OBS ready to go, you can fire up OBS in a virtual camera, and we'll drop your decks into Moxfield, and we'll switch over, and we can actually play a little 3-person commander. Or if you are satisfied with where we are for the evening, then we can call it a night and call this a good stream. It's up to y'all.
I think there's going. So the problem with me playing this deck in Moxfield is I guarantee you there is not a way for me to play cards off the bottom of my library.
There absolutely is.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, so it will allow you to view the bottom card of your library, and then all you do is drag it to the playfield.
Oh, really? Great.
Yep.
I tried to play it the other day and I could not. I will.
Let me double check that I'm not being incorrect about that on my own Moxfield screen.
Maybe you
here
can
real
crack
quick.
open the library and scroll down. But...
Yeah, there's that too.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
But then I'll see everything and it doesn't shuffle the deck.
You can have it shuffle on close. Oh,
Right,
you
but
wouldn't
wouldn't.
need to. Right.
Because
Yeah,
another
that's
element
true.
of the deck is scrying, because scry is very useful for this too, because I can put the card in the bottom of the library.
Let me just see real quick, because you may be right about that. But let me see. Player sleeves next turn library. If you right click on view, that's not it. Library. So if there's a little drop down arrow on library, and you can just say view bottom card.
View bottom card.
Yep, and then
Fantastic.
Yep, and then
Can I drag it?
you can there's 3 dots under the name of the card, and you just hit move to battlefield, and it will move it to the battlefield.
Fantastic. Okay, so it can be done.
Yes.
All right, sure. I'm fine. I mean, let me make sure I have OBS or whatever. But also, like, I'm totally fine being done too. We don't have to play Commander. Doesn't matter to me.
It's up to y'all. I'm really good either way. So.
I'm definitely open to play.
Okay.
I don't have other things to do.
How do I do this?
So how you do it, and we're gonna, because this is sort of a demonstrative stream, what we're gonna do is we're gonna play with our hands open, so you don't have to crop windows weird or anything. So because Moxfield by default, their playtester lets you see your hand. So all you need to do is open up OBS and set up a scene that has your Moxfield window in it.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a button under controls on the right hand side that says start virtual camera in the newest versions.
Okay, I'm updating. I haven't opened OBS in about 3 years. So.
That's fine. Yeah, once you're done updating, there's a gear next to start virtual camera. You choose a scene to output, and you just choose that scene that you're using for your Moxfield window. And you
scene or output type.
So output type, scene, and then whatever scene you are making for your Moxfield window, that's what you select.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah.
I see.
And then you start the virtual camera, and when we load into Spell Table, you just tell Spell Table to use the OBS virtual camera, and it will show your Moxfield window on Spell Table.
Okay, give me 2 seconds to figure out how to do that.
Yep, no problem. I need to set up spell table first anyway, so let me do that real quick. And
In the
again,
meantime, James. Oh no, you go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, for those watching, spell table is a way to play Paper Commander virtually. So you can actually use a camera to like look at your paper cards from a top-down view and and play with actual physical cards. But you can also use Moxfield to do that. So because it recognizes things just fine. But since I'm fancy and stream regularly, I already have my camera set up and hanging here. So let me drop the spell table link in the chat for you two. You'll need to have a Wizards account or set one up if you haven't already.
Do I have?
Oh man, we've got some spam in our chat there. Good thing
Let me.
Oh, I'm a mod. I can.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I'm in mod view, baby. We can definitely
Do I have a Wizards account?
handle this.
I can log in with Steam. That's very funny.
Apparently.
Okay, I'll do that.
We are going to ban and we're going to report spam and
How do I
hit
log in?
next. And done. All gone. And Twitch has already
Hooray.
received our report. Yeah. I
Evil
keep
is defeated.
I keep the stream up in mod view so I can change the name of the stream when I start and see the chat. So but yeah, let me transition the screen in OBS so people can see what's going on here. So there is that. All right, so that should shift over here real quick, and as soon as Arnie and James are ready, it will flip them over to spell table, and I will get
So where did you put this link?
in our Discord.
In the chat.
Ha ha ha. Yes. We'll do that. See? Oh, hey, I already have a login for this.
because you play Arena.
I don't. I'm
Oh,
reading this.
duh. Yeah.
Yep, it's your Arena login.
Okay, there we go. Redeem a code. No, I don't need to do any of that. Okay, so now I just click on this.
All right,
spell
and
table.
James, you just need to change your camera in spell table to be not your face cam, but your virtual
Right.
camera from OBS.
OBS virtual camera.
You can't tell what cards I have based on my expressions?
No, you also need to mute yourself in spell table.
Well, that's going to be hard. You got to figure out
Okay.
all this? Okay.
There's a
Fast.
microphone button in spell table on the left hand side.
Error fetching device. Hold on, I'm gonna figure it out. OBS. Okay, I figured it out.
You did. Great.
Yeah, thank you. Because it double microphones otherwise, and you sound like a bad cell phone connection.
Okay, so it's not stop video, start video. What?
It is in OBS. Just do you have your
This
scene
is
set up
crazy.
with Moxfield?
Yes.
Okay. And in the gear, the scene is set to be your Moxfield scene.
Yes.
Okay. Then hit start virtual camera.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, no.
and-
Hold on, I've screwed it up. Hold on, I'm figuring it out.
Okay. And then in spell table, under your, I'll have it here in a second. Spell table. Under your spell table, there is configure inputs. There's a gear on the left-hand side for configure inputs, and your camera source should be OBS virtual camera.
Aha. Aha.
There's-
Boom!
There's James's spell table, baby.
Okay, hold on.
It's
I've gotta-
upside down? We will.
It's upside down for you. It's fine for me. So you can. There are 3 dots on the upper left corner or upper right corner, one of the two, and you can hit flip video, and it will turn it the other way around.
I mean, not that I'll need to see this because I won't be able to interact with it over there, but.
Well,
Cool.
you'll need it because you'll need to see what we're playing.
Oh, is that going to be important?
I mean,
can't
maybe.
imagine
I
it
don't
is.
know.
Did this work?
Yes, we're good.
Okay, so now I have this, and all right. Well, this was agonizing for the stream to watch, I'm sure, but here we are.
No. This is like a true 101 experience.
Yeah.
Everybody
Yes.
is going to need to know how to do the little.
Okay, so right under your username there for the thing, you can click where it says click to add commander, and you can type in your commander's name
This is where in spell table?
in spell table.
Oh,
yes.
Oh, in spell table. Okay.
Yeah.
Close some other windows.
Under my name.
Yeah, under ATP tunes.
There
It
we
says
go.
no- it
Click
says
to
no
add
commander.
commanders.
Yep, that's the one.
Grenzo the Dungeon Warden.
Yes.
Yes, dungeon.
Okay, I have set my commander.
Yes, you have.
Okay.
And
This
because
is crazy.
yeah, it's wild. So one of the cool things, Arnie, if you are in spell table.
I am now in spell table, yes.
Okay, so the cards in James's hand, click on any one of them.
Whoa. What
And
the?
so it does this with physical cards. You can click on a card on my battlefield too, and it checks the art and it will call up the card so you can read it over on
Oh,
the,
okay. It
over
said
on
that
the
was a
side.
Caracas for a second.
Yeah, it sometimes is not the best, and I'm using a fancy version of the card, which sometimes confuses it.
Yeah.
But Moxfield is perfect for it because the art is so visibly clear to the machine that is.
Wow, yeah, I can click on Omen of the Hunt, Contract Killing.
Yep.
These cards have crazy names.
Wait, so where does it pull this up?
So in spell table on the right hand side, if you click on a card on one of our battlefields, then it will come up on the right hand side of spell table.
What on earth? Okay.
Well, I guess it doesn't do that for me, but
Oh,
I'm glad that this works for other people.
Well, so then
You're in spell
there-
table for sure. You're not. Okay.
there is a small arrow on the right hand side that is orange. If you click on that, it'll pop out a little shelf.
Ah,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, but now I have to go and look at my own hand.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
I'm going
so
back
it-
into.
If you're not on 2 monitors, it can be a little bit tricky to do this on
and I
Moxfield.
am not.
Okay, so
that's
on your turn, keep Moxfield up so you can see your hand, and you can ask us what's on our boards if you need to.
Sure.
Yeah. So
I'm not going to need to know what you guys have.
fair.
Yeah, I'll be playing solitaire again, like we all said. Okay, I'm shuffling. I'm reset. There we go. Okay.
And let me make sure I have a viable first hand. I am fine with that.
Restart.
In fact, I'm more than fine with that. That's going to be fine. That's going to be good. So the deck I have picked out is Falco Spara Pactweaver is my commander. He's a 3/3
Like
flying.
from Star Fox?
Yes.
Starbucks?
He does indeed do a Falco punch. No, he doesn't. But he is a 3/3 flying with trample. When he enters the battlefield, he has a shield counter on him, which is like a one-time indestructible. Anytime he's dealt damage, it goes away. And then I may cast spells from the top of my library by removing a counter from a creature I control in addition to paying their other costs. This is my Super Friends deck, so it's a bunch of Planeswalkers. And since we're playing with hands up, since this is sort of a test game, I'm going to put my hand at the bottom of the screen here, so everyone can see what I'm doing.
Look at these New Caperna Islands. Whoa.
Fancy. New Capenna was one of my favorite sets.
Yeah, that's the one. Capenna.
So, okay.
Great fonts on that set.
Yeah. Since this is all just test stuff, I'm just going to take the first turn so we can all just
do it.
Sort of go and see what's happening. So I'm going to draw for turn. I drew an Elminster. And then I'm going to play a command tower for turn and then pass.
And everybody draws the first turn in
Yes.
Commander?
Yep.
Okay.
La-ti-da.
So who's next? James? You're next on my
Hey,
screen order, but also I don't care.
Yeah, James, you're next.
Okay, I'll go next.
So draw.
I will draw. Cool. And I will put this in play.
All right.
Okay, fantastic. I'm drawing a Goblin Engineer. I'm going to play this Dragon Skull Summit, and then I'm just going to pass my turn and live my life.
Yep.
Hey,
Untap.
love that.
I drew a Circle of Dreams Druid.
Ooh.
I'm going to play a Nesting Grounds, and I don't have any turn to play, so I pass.
All right.
All right, James. He has 2 lands in play, so we need to start working on this guy.
Oh God. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I'm gonna put another land in play.
Whoa.
Tap.
James, you've done something with your OBS.
Have I now?
Apparently, because it's saying that it's not displaying any virtual camera. So the
I
Yeah,
believe it has crashed.
okay.
So you've crashed your OBS.
But what? Okay. Hold on.
Yeah, just restart that OBS, restart the virtual camera. Should be all good.
And we're going to talk about how you
Restarted.
betrayed me. We had a pact, us one-landers were going to take out this 2-land person up here. And now you go and play a second land? 2-land freaking...
Cold. Just, it's so cold in these
To be
streets.
betrayed on this level here so early in the game.
All right, so Arnie?
Yeah.
This is why Commander's fun.
Yeah.
Because we've got 2 lands in play.
No, because it's banter while other shit's going on, right? It's table talk during an RPG. Like this is.
But
this
I mean, I do this in normal games too.
Good.
You know,
Then
is not an exclusive to Commander.
You're well suited to the experience. Is all I'm saying.
That's perfect. Once James gets his OBS uncrashed, then it's really over for you, Tracy.
I'm waiting for my inevitable doom.
Cool. It's not crashed anymore, folks. I think. Good.
Well, did you
I've
start
got
your
a second
virtual
land in
camera?
play. It's tapped.
Did you restart your virtual camera?
Oh, that's my problem here.
Hey,
Hey,
there we
look
are.
at that.
Fantastic. All right, James has a
Okay.
second land. Arnie, you've been
This is
betrayed.
ridiculous. Okay. Well then,
I should have
you know
put
what?
1,000 dragons and say, "Oh yeah, I did. I used a card. You can't see it because it had to be exiled to a stack that's not even the exile stack, and it gave me 1,000 dragons."
Well, I'm playing a second land of my own, and in order, if there's anything I know about, okay, I'm saying this is it. You guys
the
started this, and now
turntables.
just to really hammer it home, I think I'm actually going to play a permanent now.
Uh-oh.
I think I'd like to get some.
I thought we weren't doing permanents.
Okay, I'm doing permanent.
Aside from
I'm
lands.
I'm gonna play this Nim Death Mantle, and then I'm gonna pass my turn
All right.
because I'm escalating.
You are. Oh, fantastic. This is good. I'm going to play my forest here. I drew a Thrumming Bird, and that is what I'm going to cast. So I tap Command Tower for blue and Nesting Grounds for whatever. A Thrumming Bird is a 1/1 with flying. When it deals combat damage to a player, proliferate, which means I can choose any number of permanents and or players and give them another counter of each kind already there. Pass.
Tracy's pulled ahead again. James,
Yeah,
do
I don't
something.
Like this. I don't like this. Okay. Okay. Next turn.
James,
All right.
do something about that bird.
Okay.
This is everything that I've ever wanted. This is fantastic.
It's a 1/1 flyer. James, if you don't get rid of that, it's kind of over for us, actually.
All right. What I'm gonna do is I am going to. Oh, I can't. Well, can I do that? What? Yes, I can. Okay. I'm going to tap all of these lands, and I am gonna play Journey of Discovery, and I am gonna search my library for 2 lands here. Let's see, library.
Do they come into play tapped?
No.
Oh my
one
god, you may
comes
play
into
up to
play
2
tapped.
additional lands this turn?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, or you may play. Okay,
I
you
need-
have to unwind.
I need to look through my stuff and see if I have any copies of that, because that's better than Kodama's Reach and Cultivate.
Yeah, Mirrodin was a better block.
I mean, it doesn't let you play additional ones unless you entwine. It just puts 2 in your hand. It's not better than.
Or you may play. That's right.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah. Okay. I misread the card.
No.
I misread the card. Okay.
That would be
Wild.
yes, the best card maybe ever printed.
Yeah.
Well,
3 mana ramp to 5. Okay.
Oh, and
All right.
because I'm fancy,
Do I have to discard here? I'm at 8. Is it after 8 or
7 is
Oh,
your
you
max
at the your end step, you will have to discard.
Yeah. Because 7 is your max hand size.
Let's see, which one
I
am
need to switch it
rid
for
of?
that. Because I'm fancy, I have frames for my face that match my commander's colors and mana costs.
That is maybe the fanciest thing I've ever heard ever. Okay. James, may I take my turn while you're doing your discards?
Yeah, please.
Okay,
please.
I'm entering my untap step. I'm entering my draw step. I drew twice. I'm not looking at that. Okay. Bad news. I did not draw a third land. My 33 land deck is somehow betraying me here.
Generally speaking,
really
38 lands is optimal for commander.
What if your
in general
entire deck does not have any reason to play any card higher than 3 mana?
Guess you better draw some lands, bud.
I'm working on it. I'm doing what I can. I'm tapping 2, and I'm going to put another permanent into play because, like I said, nothing matters to me. Okay, I probably don't want to write a Lantern. I'm just going to put a Crater Maker out so that, yeah, I'll pass.
Larix, to answer your question, yes, Tracy does that even if they are playing Magic in person.
Yes, absolutely. It's quite the acrobatic contortion. I'm quite proud of the fact that I'm able to. They
cosplay every commander that they have. They have a costume for all of those commander decks.
Yeah, you should. My Atraxa cosplay, on fucking point.
Once I draw a third land, it's over for you.
Fantastic. I'm looking forward to seeing it. When it happens in 5 years, call me, okay?
5 years?
I mean, then you'll summon the creature, and you won't be able to use its ability yet. So you'll actually need.
I mean, you're right, technically.
All right. So I drew
a little Otto Van Von Veen came out there.
A little bit.
That's what I do when I'm threatened.
So I'm gonna tap for white, blue, green, and something else, and I'm gonna play my commander, Falco.
Whoa.
He comes into the battlefield with a shield counter on him. That's gonna be.
That ain't Falco.
That's my Falco, baby. And I am going to go to combat, and I'm going to swing the 1/1 flying thrumming bird at Arne.
What? I have a 2/2 in play.
It's
that
not
can't fly, but I'm going to blow it up next
fly.
turn. That's fine. It proliferates. I take 1 damage.
Yep. So you can mark that on your 40 up there on the side.
Okay, hold on. I'm juggling windows.
It does proliferate, which means that Falco gets another shield counter. And I pass the turn. And I can look at the top card of my library with Falco, and since we're playing open hands, I'll just keep it up. It's a Mole Drifter.
Oh, little Mully D.
Love a Mole Drifter.
Good card.
Okay. That's not quite the one that I wanted. I am gonna play this island here, and folks, it seems like I gotta get some stuff on the field. It feels like everybody else is playing permanents.
I certainly am.
Yeah, I mean, I have no shortage of them to play, so.
All right, well, you asked for it. We got a permanent. It's on the field.
Hey, wait a minute. I have that one in my hand, too.
Well.
Phyrexian Dragon Engine, all right.
And I think that's it for me.
All right. Here we go, baby. Untap.
Now we're entering a point where this is the other part of Commander, is that there's negotiation, there's politics involved in a game of Commander. So Arne, I'm gonna say, yes, you have a creature that if you wish to, you can sacrifice and destroy my Thrumming Bird.
I absolutely could.
You can also destroy the Phyrexian Dragon Engine, and if you do that, I will not attack you for 2 turns.
So I'm avoiding myself from taking 2 damage.
I'm with
and
whatever
you are
I
proliferating twice.
with whatever I happen to cast.
This doesn't seem like a super fair deal for
I'm
me.
just saying
Also, I drew a Palladium Mirror, so things are looking pretty good for old Arnie's hand here.
Hey, all right, I'm putting it out there.
Let's see what my turn sort of does here.
In a game where we don't see each other's hands, it might be different, but since you can see everything I can cast.
Yes, and I can see
Arnie,
everything.
here's my counter offer.
Okay, I'm listening.
I'll take them down with you.
Okay. So wait a minute, you'll kill both of us. Oh wow, what a generous counteroffer.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there's really no two bones about it. I'm gonna play a permanent this turn because I gotta stay on board. So I'm gonna play a Goblin Engineer, which does nothing, and I'm not going to be hurling my Crater Maker, so I will be taking my 2 turns of Amnesty.
No, that deal's off the table, friend.
Well, then I'm changing my. So after I tap my mana and play my creature, the deal suddenly doesn't exist anymore.
You didn't say yes.
Okay, I don't like this sort of suddenly specific changing of the deals here.
I mean,
that's fine. That's totally okay. We'll sort of see what happens.
Don't alter it further, bud.
I guess
that's right.
Just you wait till I draw my 3rd land. Then in a few turns, you guys are going to be in serious trouble.
I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, so you have, by my math, a 3/3 Flying Trample Indestructible twice in play. D'Amato's got this sort of Dragon Engine-y looking thing, so I don't have a ton of great attacks here, so I think maybe I'll just pass my turn and show more dominance.
Okay.
Hey, it's truly dominant move.
Going to untap and draw the Mole Drifter. What is underneath is Lizelle Valakith's Champion, which is pretty cool. So I'm going to play an island, and we are going to get our first Planeswalker of this Super Friends deck. I'm going to bring out Elminster. Elminster is a 5 loyalty Planeswalker. Whenever I scry, the next instant or sorcery spell I cast costs X less, where X is the number of cards I looked at while scrying this way. I can plus them for 2 and draw a card, then scry 2, and I can -3 and exile the top card of my library and create a number of 1/1 blue fairy creature tokens with flying equal to that card's mana value. Elminster can be my commander, but he's not. So going to go to combat. James with the clutch move of putting a camera there in his OBS. Right on his commander too. Hell yeah, baby. Love to see it.
We're all cosplaying. I got a couple spare heads back here.
You love a man with spare heads. So I am going to I'm going to +2 Elminster. So I actually need a different die on there because he goes to 7. I'm going to draw a card. So I'll draw Lizelle and then scry 2. I am going to put both of those on the bottom. And then take a look at the top card with Falco. It's a Plains. Boo. Then I'm going to go to combat. And Arnie, I'm going to swing the Throbbing Bird at you. And James, I'm going to swing Falco at you.
How much
is looking bad?
So Falco does 3 damage. So Arnie, you take 1.
I will be taking 1, yes.
And James, you take 3, and then another function of Spell Table. If you click on your commander's name, a drop-down will appear where you will see the other commanders that are on the board, and you can hit +3 times on Falco, so you can track the commander damage you have taken from Falco. Because if he does 21 to you, then that is game over. 21 total. So it's like a separate...
3 damage here?
Yep.
And...
Yep.
Oh, I know you just gave this instruction, but I am going to need it again.
So just click on your commander's name, and the drop-down will appear, and then you'll see my name in Falco, and you can just hit the +3 times, and it'll total it up there for you. It's just a tracker for how much commander damage you've taken from Falco.
Gotcha.
Yep, and then I pass turn.
All right. And of course I'm going to the wrong window. Here we go. Next turn. All right. Well, we're starting to move. Do I want a second green? Yes, I do. Okay. I am gonna tap these two folks to bring out my good friend, the prosperous innkeeper.
He's fun.
So wealthy.
Oh, you've already got it set for your tokens and everything. Beautiful.
Well, it automatically does that.
Oh,
I don't have to do
that's
shit.
better than the last time that I used it. Fantastic.
Yeah. Okay. What's my? Oh, I should have discarded my hand. Whatever. Okay. And Tracy, how much of what you're working with is indestructible here?
So Falco has 3 counters on him that act like indestructible. So if he gets hit for any damage once, then one of them gets sort of peeled off.
But it's just damage. Like destroy effects will still affect because it's shield.
No,
is that right?
No, I mean, destroy effects, anything that would kill him.
That is an exile or whatever.
Yeah,
Got it.
so he can be exiled and they all go away.
Got it.
And he goes away. But destroy effects will peel a shield counter off. Damage will also do the same.
Any damage, like a ping, like
a ping would take care of one of the counters. Yes.
Got it. Doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be lethal damage.
Got it. Okay.
In which case, I'm just gonna tap these. I'm gonna play Omen of the Hunt.
Oh, now we've got an enchantment. I'm screwed.
Yes. I guess I should put that here. When Omen of the Hunt enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land card and put it into the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle your library. So, yeah. Oh my God. Pose and shuffle. There we go. All right. And well, I guess I should. Oh my God. Sorry, there are so many windows that are open right now.
Yeah, that's the only problem with using Moxfield if you're not on 2 monitors is that you have to juggle.
Gotta apparently for the studio get in that 2-monitor lifestyle,
and also for my studio as well.
Everyone needs to be on 2 monitors. It's so much better.
All right. Are you swinging, James? Uh-oh. Did I vanish?
I vanished.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, James
James is vanishing.
Trying to make life simpler for myself. Okay. We are 8 indestructible counters on you? No.
3.
Oh no. Okay, those are loyalty counters. I am going to attack Elminster with the dragon engine.
Okay. Elminster loses 2 loyalty counters. He is down to 6.
Excellent work, James.
Yeah. And you thought you could trust him.
Boy, you really.
He is less loyal than he was before. That is an indisputable fact.
Yeah, you didn't stop him from being hit in the face by a dragon engine.
Yeah, I guess that would make me.
I was like,
it's like, yo,
I'm out here casting spells, making you draw cards, and you're just letting this guy fucking punch me.
I came over here and you let a dragon engine hit me in the face. Do you know how bad those things smell?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, are we ready for my incredible turn, which is going to be amazing?
Arnie, I cannot fucking wait.
Okay, untap, upkeep, and he draws, and
a
it
land.
is a swamp. It is a swamp,
Yes,
one of the best,
baby.
one of the best lands that has ever existed. Immediately, okay. So I know I've talked a big game about how this would be sort of a game-changing turn for me, but actually, we're going to end up just playing
tapping
little baby
3.
Palladium Mirror. It's just a better move, unfortunately. And then I will pass my turn.
I see.
And again, displaying your dominance.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
I don't even need my
absolutely-
commander out here. My whole deck is, I said it's about playing off the bottom. What it is about very slowly playing cards from my hand.
Hey, that's a strategy that I'm kind of pulling in this round.
Yeah. Mirroring.
All right. So I draw a plains. I'm going to play that plains. Then I'm going to +2 Elminster back to 8 loyalty. I'm going to draw a card, which is this Port Town, and then scry 2. And we'll put those on the top that way. The top card, which I get to see in is Evolution Sage. Then I'm going to tap white 1 and 2, and we're going to play another Planeswalker, which is a Johnny, Adversary of Tyrants. 4 loyalty. I put a +1+. I can plus him to put a +1/+1 counter on up to 2 target creatures. I can pay -2 to return target card with converted mana cost of 2 or less from my graveyard to the battlefield. And at -7, I gain an emblem with, at the beginning of your end step, create 3 1/1 white cat creature tokens with lifelink.
Okay.
So
I mean,
like a Johnny.
Tiamat, kind of famously a tyrant. So,
yes,
I don't love this development.
a Johnny would be her adversary. I'm going to +1 a Johnny and put +1/+1 counters on the Thrumming Bird and on Falco.
Oh my gosh, the proliferating.
Jeez Louise.
Yep.
Just
And
the
then-
endless proliferating.
And then I'm going to go to combat and swing the Thrumming Bird at Arnie and Falco
This is-
at James.
Absolutely humiliating for me to be getting my ass
It's
kicked by
gonna,
a bird over
it's
and
gonna
over again.
die to a Thrumming Bird.
38 turn clock. Here we go, baby.
So you take 2 this time. James, you take
Wait,
4.
are they both flying?
Yeah.
Yeah, and trample of all things.
Good lord.
Yep.
Flying
So,
trample.
yep. So Arnie takes 2, James, you take 4, and you need to mark 4 more commander damage. And then the Thrumming Bird proliferates. So I go another of that counter on the Thrumming Bird, another of that counter on Falco, another of that counter on Falco. Elminster's up to 9 counters, and a Johnny is up to 6, and I pass the turn.
Hold on here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, James. I've been pulling my weight. I need you to kick it into gear here.
By pulling your weight, you mean playing a Palladium Mirror on turn 4?
I have been playing way behind curve, and I need you to start doing more stuff.
Okay. Ah, gosh. Oh boy. It's a lot. I mean, okay, hang on. I gotta. Yeah. Okay. First I'm gonna play this land. It comes in tapped. Take a look here. Okay. Yeah, I am going to tap and sack the treasure and tap all my lands.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna bring out Tiamat.
Uh-oh, we got a big boy.
Tiamat.
She's a big gal.
Big gal's in play.
The other thing that Tiamat is gonna let me do is look through my library. And hey, thankfully we live in the future, and I can just type in the names of cards.
Yeah.
So couldn't be happier with that.
James,
And-
worried about a lengthy game of Magic, picks a commander that lets lets him search for 5 different cards.
But he can search by name. He
It's
knows
true,
what he
yeah.
wants.
It's up to 5.
Are you going to search for less? I guess you only have 4 cards, so you probably will be
I'm
searching.
just revealing these. Let's see here.
If I can make a suggestion, James,
Yes.
get Mirim.
How's that spelled again?
M-Y. Just start M-Y. You'll find her. Or M-I. The spellings are so weird. Yeah, there we are. Sentinel worm.
All right.
Because
Beautiful.
she makes tokens every time you make a dragon that copies the dragon that you. She's so fucking good.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I haven't played with her before, so I'm excited about that.
She's disgusting.
And oh gosh, I'm trying to remember the name of the
Ancient
dragon scaled. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm going for.
All right.
So I'll reveal that last one. The scale lord. I guess I don't need to reveal it as we're playing with open hands, but
Yeah.
and now I need to pitch out one of these things that I simply don't need the time, and I'm gonna do this one. And that's my turn.
Okay.
Arnie, I believe that would be called pulling his weight.
Thank you.
That is
Nice
pulling
to
the weight.
see. All right, I am untapping. I am drawing. I'm pulling a Phyrexian Revoker. Is that card legal? I didn't even look what was legal in EDH. So
Yeah.
okay, good.
No worry at all.
I gotta shuffle this.
Yeah,
I feel like sometimes cards that lock down commanders are like.
So that I mean, that's activated abilities, so that's no big deal. Oh yeah, that is an interesting thing to note about commanders. So in the current rules, if your commander dies, it does go to the graveyard first before it goes back to the command zone. So if it has a dies trigger, that goes off.
It still happens.
Yeah, that did not used to be the case for a while. As well, if your commander would be exiled, you can choose to instead move it back to the command zone instead.
So it doesn't even get exiled.
Yeah, or if it gets shuffled into your library, you can if your commander changes zones, you can choose to have it go back to the command zone, or you can have it in your graveyard if it goes there, because you have like graveyard recurring effects.
Sure.
And if you get enough chaos emeralds, you can send it to the special zone.
Yes, exactly. Green emerald zone, however, is where they all start.
I have played my Grenzo, my Dungeon Warden, as a 3/3, and now I'm totally curving out now. Okay, and I'm passing my turn.
You're not going to tap that mirror, and you're waiting for some other time to do that.
Got instant speed activations, baby. I'm not waiting. I'm not doing it at a predictable sorcery speed.
Fair enough. All right, I draw the Evolution Sage. We take a look at this top card, which I know is a Slippery Bogbonder. I am then going to +2 Elminster to 11 and draw a card. I draw the Slippery Bogbonder and I scry 2. We're gonna put that on the bottom. The top card of my library is Farewell, which, funnily enough, if you play the Spanish language version of it, is just called Adios.
That's very funny.
That's cute.
It's a board wipe that exiles things, and I can choose.
I would prefer the Spanish version, actually. I like that.
I think the Spanish version is more expensive because of that. So I'm going to tap for green and 2, and I'm going to play the Evolution Sage. It's a 3/2. It says when a land enters the battlefield under my control, proliferate. I'm then going to play Port Town as my land for turn. When it enters the battlefield, I may reveal a plains or island from my hand. If I don't, it enters tapped. Doesn't matter, it enters tapped. I proliferate, so counter 3, 12, and 7. Then I am going to go to combat, and I am simply going to swing the Thrumming Bird at Arnie.
Yeah, this is pretty brutal.
4 damage.
I'm gonna activate Grenzo.
Okay.
And see what I can find.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. So how do I do this? I'm tapping mirror.
Yep, and
I am right-clicking on the library.
Yep, and then
view bottom card.
Yep,
it is a puppeteer click. So that is definitely going to come into play.
Yep, move to battlefield. There you go. Yeah.
And when when it comes into play, put target card from an opponent's graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. It gains haste. I'm not looking at everyone's graveyard. Does anyone have a target? I assume
let me
no.
see.
At this point, it doesn't. Oh, actually, James has been discarding a bunch.
I've only got 3 in there. I'm trying to look at my graveyard. How do I do that? View all. No creatures.
No permanent.
And a click comes into play, but it does have flying. So I am going to block the bird.
Okay. And it has to deal combat damage to a player to proliferate, so it does not. But it is a 4/4, so your puppeteer click will die.
And persist, baby.
Yeah, it will persist and come back with a -1/-1 counter. Cool. So I think
trying to ultimate all your dang freaking planeswalkers at the same time.
I can ult. Elminster doesn't really have an ultimate. I can ult a Johnny right now. It would just get rid of him.
Yeah, that's what I was just trying. I was assuming you want the counters to not have that happen.
I would. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to keep him around. So I think what I'm gonna do instead is probably what I should have done before I played the land. Is tap a white and 2 others. Oh no, I don't need to do that. I can pay 1, which I will, and tap the nesting grounds to move a counter from target permanent I control to target permanent.
That'll work.
So I'll move a loyalty counter from Elminster to a Johnny. And then I will -7 a Johnny, and I will get the emblem with the beginning of my end step. I create 3 1/1 white cat creature tokens with lifelink. I will then go to my end step, and I make those tokens. So I pass the turn.
Okay. Let's see. Part of the cards, baby. Nope. What I needed.
Wrong game.
You know, oh, no, I'm not going to restart, you monster. There we go. Okay. So. What's the order that I want to do?
There's 3 1/1 cats.
3 1/1 cats. Don't. Can they all like sort of sing a song of introduction so I can kind of know what's going on with them?
This has happened to me too many times in my life. This happened again.
Okay. Tap these. Bring out our friend, the chubby boy.
Yeah. I like the chubby boy a great deal.
The cats, by the way, are named Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
Okay. What's their deal? What's their entire deal?
Summarize as quickly as possible.
A fiery furnace for all 3 of them.
How jellical are they?
Not
jellical at all.
They do survive the fiery furnace, which, I mean, it probably burned up some of their 9 lives, so.
I didn't get cards that I need to really, like, spoof into play a bunch of the cards that I want. So this deck is moving so much slower than I want it to. Well, Tracy's is moving, I would say, entirely too quickly for anyone to feel comfortable with.
I pulled this deck based on the card lists that I saw on your decks. I may have gone a little bit over the top with the power level I'm seeing.
I don't know. I mean, I'm playing way behind curve. And,
Fair.
I mean, it's very hard to know power level unless things are played optimally.
Yeah, and I have not also played this either.
Fair,
so
and
it is hard when you're learning a deck for sure.
There's a lot of learning.
It's worth noting though, right? Like if we were to do this again, I would probably choose a different deck. Is the only data point to take home from that.
Well, yeah, and I also did learn on this stream that soul rings are apparently allowed in this format.
Encouraged even, almost mandatory.
Yeah, kind of mandatory.
Soul Ring, Mana Crypt, Mana Vault, all of them are allowed.
command tower.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
It's
literally,
big.
like, I mean, the banned card list in Commander is so small.
And it's just like conspiracies and and anti cards and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's not.
Oh, and I guess probably like upheaval, right? I feel like upheaval's banned and everything.
Upheaval's banned and everything. Yeah, like the Moxen are banned.
Oxen, yeah. Power 9.
Yeah, the Power 9, but it's not that. None of the ramp cards are banned. I'll tell you that.
Yes, that is definitely a thing.
I am gonna definitely attack with Goldspan. I'm trying to decide if it's worth. Probably should be attacking. Okay, I need to attack with Goldspan no matter what.
To get that trigger, yeah.
To get that to get the yummy delicious treasure. I'll add the token before I forget.
Yep. And all your treasures are worth 2 now.
2, yes.
I love Goldspan Dragon.
Goldspan Dragon
Great
again.
card.
Chubby boy, a useful.
Hanging
lovely-
out on that like bridge
Yeah,
On the Goldspan.
made of gold.
on the gold span.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense.
It took me so long to figure that shit out. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it does. That's like, yeah, the name.
Yeah,
Very
I
funny.
think I am gonna reserve. I'm gonna reserve Tiamat for blocking because I know you have 3 counters and can simply block her without worrying about losing your guy. But Goldspan, let's see. I got to look at your loyalty counters here because
11 for Elminster and 1 for Ajani.
yeah. So I think Goldspan and the Dragon Engine are gonna go after Ajani.
Okay. So I'm going to block the Dragon Engine with 1 of the cats.
Okay, just one of the cats.
Actually, no, I'll do 2 of the cats. Why not?
All right, that's what I figured.
Yeah. So I will gain 2 life. However, Goldspan will smack Ajani in the face, so he will go away. But his emblem sticks around.
That's hey, great news for Tyranny, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
You're a big win.
I still get the 3 cats at the end of every end step because that's an emblem of his that does not go away.
Oh fuck! Of course.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Cool.
letting a Johnny alt is not the best.
Yeah.
But-
Emblems are basically not interactable with at all once you've gained them. So.
Neat. Neat.
My turn.
I don't think I would have probably played different. That's fine.
Do you want to take it back?
Killing a Johnny is very good. For what it's worth,
killing a Johnny
James,
is fine.
killing a Johnny is very good. No question. My turn.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Untapping. I'm upkeeping and I'm drawing. Hey, a mountain comes into play. What do I need to do here?
Oh, I should have been gaining life. Shoot. Okay. 1, 2, 3 creatures have come into play since the innkeeper was.
Oh yeah. But it's only your creatures.
Yes. Yes. I was just counting the creatures on my board. 1, 2, 3.
I think I'm just gonna faceless butcher your commander.
Who are you speaking
You know, don't know what that is, but it sounds unpleasant.
Tracy.
to? Okay, Faceless Butcher does
Exiles.
Yeah. So
Exiles, and then when faceless butcher dies, comes back into play.
So that doesn't actually happen because I'm not going to let it stay in exile under the Faceless Butcher. I'm just going to move him back to the command zone.
Great, perfect.
Because I don't want to wait for the Butcher to die before I get him back.
That makes sense to me. Just trying to get rid of counters.
Yep.
And then I will actually, hold on. What do we got here? So how many available blockers do you have, Tracy?
So I have the 1/1/1 cat, and I have the 3/2 Evolution Sage.
3/2 Evolution Stage, and a... Okay, whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, proliferate. That really should be dying as well, probably. Okay, what do I do here? I will swing. No attacks.
Okay.
No attacks. Bummer, but it's the way it is.
Pass turn?
Yeah, pass turn.
Okay. The other thing I forgot to mention about commanders and casting them. Every time they go back to the command zone, when you want to cast them, you have to pay 2 generic mana more each time. So Falco will cost me 6 to bring him out this time. If he goes back again, it will cost me 8, then 10. So it's called commander tax. It accrues every time your commander dies.
Steep.
It is. So I will draw this farewell.
And that's why sometimes you want to leave them in the graveyard to avoid that specific thing.
Because if you can recur them from the graveyard, then that avoids the commander tax, because it's only when they come out of the command zone. So I'm going to +2 Elminster. He's now at 13, which I think I have. There we go. I have a D20 there.
Oh, wait. Your Dragon Engine shouldn't have died, I don't think, James.
I blocked with 2 cats.
He has double strike.
Oh,
yeah. Put that dragon
wow.
engine. Put that dragon engine back on board.
All right.
Yeah.
I won't argue with that. Did not realize that. Wow.
Yeah.
That's a good
So
card.
I will draw the Myriad Landscape and then scry 2. Spar's Headquarters and Exotic Orchard. Useful, but I can't get them right now. So I'm just going to put them on the bottom, because lands don't avail me all that much on top right now. So, oh hey, top card is Elspeth Resplendent. That's pretty good.
Oof.
That's another Planeswalker.
Which Elspeth is that?
That is the new Capenna one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not the Free Soldiers one.
Yeah.
But it is the one that puts +1/+1 counter and a counter from among flying, lifelink, first strike, or vigilance on creatures.
Right.
Which then
There's
proliferate.
basically no Planeswalker that I want you to have. So
Yeah,
Well,
that
it's a Super
that is,
Friends deck, so it's going to be mostly Planeswalkers.
That's how
Yeah.
you should feel. So the Myriad Land. Actually, I'm gonna do a play before I do the Myriad Landscape. So a Plains into to bring in Lae'zel, Valakith's champion. She's a 3/3. Whenever I would put 1 or more counters on a creature or planeswalker I control or myself, put that many +1. So then I will play the Myriad Landscape, which means I proliferate, which means I put 2 counters on everything. So the Thornbird's at 5 and Elminster is at 15. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Definitely not enough to cast that. But I do have enough. Do I have the colors? I do have the colors for it. So 1, 2, 3, 4 to cast a Slippery Bogbonder. Slippery Bogbonder is a 3/3 with hexproof. When it enters the battlefield, I put a hexproof counter on target creature.
Oof.
Then I move.
Jesus.
Then I move any number of counters from among creatures I control onto that creature. Which is it could honestly be worse because I only have loyalty counters and +1/+1 counters, and I don't want my non-flying creature to
indestructible counters out there.
No, I removed that. I removed them.
Yeah, no, there are no shield counters anywhere around. But I do have now 2 hexproof counters on my Thrumming Bird.
Part.
Yeah. And then I am going to go to combat, and I'm going to swing a 6/6 Thrumming Bird at Arne.
Yeah, I'll block with a click.
Okay.
Graveyard.
Tracy, just so I know, how many flying blockers do you have in play? Right now?
Currently none.
Okay, cool.
And then
You may regret that.
we'll see.
You may regret that.
I may. My life total is currently 42, and at the on my end step, I get 3 more cats with lifelink. I pass.
All right. Let's see. Yeah. Drop this mana. This does come into play. Tapped. Okay. So we are. Oh, that's true. We could. We're gonna see how this goes. Okay. Tap here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7. Bring old Gnawbone out.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Treasure.
Yeah.
Treasure.
And we're going to try and get some treasures. Yeah, I'm going to reserve all the other mana for what is about to occur. Okay. So on my turn, or on my attack, I am going to combat phase, I guess. I never bothered to learn the phases. Actually, it's like an important thing kind of about me.
Whoa.
I will... Yeah.
A lot of swings. Here we go.
A lot of swings here. And instead of targeting Planeswalker, I am going to be targeting Tracy, the person themselves.
Okay.
Whoa.
Yeah. Yeah. So before we get too far on that, though, I don't want to miss the life gain that I got for 1/2 for using the guy to cast a dragon spell. And then 1 more for bringing a new creature into play under my control.
Yep.
With that, Tracy, the damage is your oyster. How much would you like to
So I've got a 2/2 double strike, 7/7 flying, and a 4/4 flying coming at my face. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, and it doesn't have to be your face. It just has to be somewhere that hurts.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not hitting a planeswalker is my point.
Sure.
So I'm going to block the double striker with one cat.
These damn cats.
These damn cats.
Then I'm going to. I will gain 1 life from that. Then I will take 11 damage from Tiamat and the Goldspan combined.
Okay, that
2, 3, 4,
is
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
really
11.
cool. I love that.
And then I'll mark the 7 for Tiamat, so we know what's going on there. All right.
Oh my god. Okay, no wait, I can clone these, right? Is there a copy? Make a token copy. Okay, here we go. Yes. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11.
That's a lot of treasures.
11 treasures.
That's a lot of treasures.
Which is actually 22 mana value because of Goldie.
Yes.
That's pretty absurd. Okay.
Yeah, because of Goldie. So this is James. Your deck is doing what you wanted it to do. Hey.
Yeah.
Hey,
Very strong.
I couldn't be more pleased that
Awesome.
that's finally happening. Okay. Now it's time to decide how I want to do this. I do not believe I have enough to take out Tracy right now. And okay. Just doing basic math. Okay. If I use 2 of these treasure tokens and send them to the graveyard, and I tap these mana, I should be able to bring out Miriam, a stately old lady.
Miriam is so good. Gain a life from the entry.
Yes, I will do that. But first we are gonna. Okay, so that is 22 mana there. Yeah, we're gonna cast our Banefire here.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Don't you gain? Do you gain any tokens for things coming into play? No, combat damage gains you tokens. I got it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I truly wish, but yeah, it's only combat damage. So that is 21 damage that's coming at you, and it can't be countered.
At you meeting me, is that the?
Yeah. Hey, I'm not gonna beat up Arnie on this one.
Please.
I don't think.
Okay, fair. So
I'm
32 minus
you guys
21.
don't see me as a threat. I'm not sure if I agree with that.
All right, that's gonna put me at 11, baby.
All right.
Is
that the end of your turn, Yams?
I believe that's it.
Oh, end of your turn. End step. I'm definitely gonna
do the
spin
thing.
the old
I'd recommend it.
wheel.
I'd recommend it.
Let's view the bottom card. Uh-oh, we got ourselves a siege gang commander.
We've got a goblin and some other goblins.
And now some other goblins. How do I make these goblins?
Right click and add wait, nope, never mind. James, how did you do the thing?
Tokens.
Yeah, add a goblin. There we go.
Yeah, it's got all of the tokens that would be in your deck right there.
Beautiful.
I
Very convenient.
love how intelligently designed this little application is. It's so cool.
So we got a few gobos showing up now.
Yeah, it's funny. Moxfield is also adding. They're working behind the scenes on a social media. Like you can already comment on people's decks, but they're making a posting function in the wake of Twitter, like sort of degenerating the way that it has.
Let's have Moxfield replace Twitter. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, me too.
What do I want to do here?
Jazz elves, I don't know that I would say naturally, because my preference would be to just port Moxfield directly to Spell Table, and obviously Wizards of the Coast would never allow that.
Yeah.
But through OBS, it works very smoothly.
Yeah, I'm typing out the actual. I don't know why I'm typing it out. Yeah, so Jazz, they're using a scene in OBS of their Moxfield screen and then the OBS virtual camera to send that to Spell Table.
I think most of what I want to do can be done instant speed, so I'll just pass my turn.
Okay. And that is Gurgle Spasm is Jeff of System Mastery just subscribed with Prime.
Hey, we love
2 month sub. We love a subscription.
I do need to give myself that health.
All right, so draw the Elspeth Resplendent for the turn. Oh, John, you're the same person. Don't even try to...
Stop pretending you're different people!
Don't even try to play it off. So I have a conundrum because things are getting...
You're gonna die.
Dangerous out there. So
there's a lot of dragons out there.
So 1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't like counting.
5, 6.
I hate counting.
Going to cast Farewell.
Oh no.
Adios, baby.
Adios, baby. And I'm going to exile all creatures. I'm going to do the whole lot. All creatures, artifacts, enchantments, and graveyards.
Artifacts, enchantments,
Creatures,
and graveyards.
artifacts, enchantments, graveyards. Well, hold on.
Uh-huh.
I'm still. I mean, maybe I'm putting stuff on the stack here. Hold on.
Yeah, please stack it up if you wish.
Okay. Oh, and it doesn't target Goldspan either, so I don't
Nope.
get the free mana.
Unfortunately.
Equip. It does remove lands, so we're just dealing with artifacts. It's all permanent, non-land permanents, basically.
Artifacts, creatures, enchantments, graveyards. Yes.
Fantastic. And so no planeswalkers will be removed, no lands will be removed.
Correct. Yeah.
There's nothing I can do there. And exile.
And exile is bad
Yep.
news.
All right. So
also, obviously.
James has no responses. Arnie, what you got?
I will not have any responses. I think it would be too much thinking, and I don't like to do that. So
It's
Grenzo.
hard to do, and you're too pretty to do it.
Thank you. Finally, someone objectifying me for my body. Grenzo's going here. I am going to, before everything goes, probably just pop some damage at people.
Yeah, please.
One. Let's see. I'll just sling away some. See, I have 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I have enough to stack all my goblin tokens. So I'm just going to put 6 damage on. You know what? James is taking 6 damage.
Ooh.
The betrayal.
Spicy.
This is how it works. And Grenzo's command zoning.
Mhm.
And everyone else is gone. So this is all gone. I'll clean it up as we go here.
All right. So that resolves. Then I am going to +1. I should have done the Elminster thing first. I should have scryed first, so my farewell would have cost less, and I could have cast something else. That's fine. I'm going to draw a card and then scry 2. Island and Titan of Industry, both of those are going to go on the bottom. I can't look at the top card right now because Falco is in the command zone. But I am going to play a Plains, and then I'm going to tap those 2 lands and sacrifice the Myriad Landscape to search for 2 basic land cards that share a land type, and then put them on the battlefield tapped and then shuffle. I will pass my turn while I'm doing that because I have nothing else to do aside from, hey baby, I have an emblem, so 3 cats with lifelink.
Ah, boo! Boo!
Ha!
Everybody, boo!
So there is
right.
1 forest. Those are the types that I'm getting, and where is my other forest?
Oops, did not mean to do that. There is a way to zoom out on spell table or on this program.
Forest. There we go.
Just making sure I was doing the math right. I didn't want to. Okay. All right. I am going to tap all of this mana.
Larix, thank you for the sub as well. We really appreciate it.
Oh yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for supporting
Alex.
this channel and encouraging us in the Magic the Gathering addiction.
Yeah, it's Magic is a different flex for this channel, and I really appreciate James supporting me in that. So, yeah.
Okay. So I am probably gonna be shopping for a little bit because now I gotta go to my fallback strategies, which means Arnie, you should take your turn.
Oh, okay. Did what did you do? You played
I played Tiamat again.
and now it's okay, cool. So I am untapping, upkeeping, and drawing. Really didn't want this. Oh wait, I just drew 2 cards on accident. Okay. Right. What's the move here? We'll do this. Unfortunately, I think the move is the spice must flow. So we're just gonna Grenzo out here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll pass to Tracy.
All right. I untap. It is very strange to not know the top card of my library automatically.
Wow, such privilege.
Well, you know.
This is what it's like, to live as a person with disabilities.
Mm-hmm.
And now you know our struggle.
Jesus,
I'm sorry that you had to find out this way.
The card I drew was a Johnny Sleeper Agent, which is another Planeswalker. And I am going, let's see, I just counted these up and I forget what they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to tap 2 white and 1, 2, 3. I think that will still leave me enough. Yep. I'm going to cast the Elspeth Resplendent. So she is a 5 loyalty planeswalker. I can +1 her to choose up to 1 target creature. I can put a +1/+1 counter on it and a counter from among Flying, First Strike, Vigilance, or Lifelink on it. I can -3 her to look at the top 7 cards in my library and put a permanent card with mana value 3 or less from among it on the battlefield with a shield counter on it. And I can -7 her to make 5 3/3 white angel creature tokens with flying.
Hate to see that.
So she is now in play. I'm going to +1 her to 6, and one of these cats, we're gonna make a separate token for them. This cat is named. They're all Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. So this is Abednego.
Sure, yeah.
Go.
James has vanished somehow.
1/1.
Yeah, it crashed again.
Oh, okay.
But this time it was spell table.
Welcome back.
All
right. So there's Abednego. The reason I'm doing this is because I get to put a +1/+1 counter on Abednego, and I also get to put a counter from among Flying, First Strike, Lifelink, or Vigilance. And I am going to put he already has Lifelink, so I'm going to put a Vigilance counter on him.
Ooh, interesting.
Wait, no,
why not?
That's not
flying?
What I mean. Flying is what I meant to say.
There we go.
Yeah. So
the words sound so similar.
They do, absolutely. Welcome to my brain, I guess. So that red emblem there is going to be his flying counter, and then I'm going to pay 1,
Flying
2,
cats?
3,
Ow, I've
4,
seen everything.
5 for Rolesk Apex Hybrid, a 4/5 flying trample. When he enters the battlefield, put 2 +1/+1 counters on another target creature I control. So that'll be Abednego, who is now a 4/4 flyer. When Rolesk dies, proliferate, then proliferate again.
Very fun.
I pass
cool.
the turn.
Tracy,
Huh?
that was
James,
not my
you gotta
favorite turn
do something
that you
about
took.
this.
I have to.
James, you have to start doing something about this.
Oh.
I forgot to do the Elminster thing, which, whatever.
You entitled millennials.
So far, I've played way behind curve and have my permanents exiled. What have you done?
A lot of fucking damage to me.
A lot of damage. Not enough damage.
And then I love that I swung in there for 6 too to you.
Uh-huh.
Me.
Could have brought Tracy to maybe kill range for you. But
Yeah, exactly.
No, my ass could have been at 5 right now, but
no. Unfortunately, that's not how the game was played out, and no one could have done anything about it. It was completely
If only
unavoidable.
we could have prevented this somehow.
Yeah, no,
we'll
this-
have to. Gonna tap these 5. Gonna bring out
I don't know how to put
Ganax,
my camera in.
oh,
no.
Astral Hunter.
Ganax is really good.
Yeah. And we are gonna add a treasure token.
It's telling me that's a lodestone golem. Okay,
Really?
now it says it's a bronze tablet. Hold on, we'll get there. Now it says it's reverse damage. This is fun. I'm seeing a lot of
I'll
cards I
just
haven't
read
played
it
in a
aloud.
while.
It is whenever Ganax, Astral Hunter, or another dragon enters the battlefield under your control, create a treasure token.
Wow, that seems like the dream.
That's kind of cool.
You can also
and
just
choose a background.
that is for commanders from Commander Legends Battle for Baldur's Gate. There's a series of legendary enchantments called backgrounds that you could take Ganax and make him your commander for a deck, and then have a background like Scion of Hallister, which is a black enchantment that sits in your command zone that you can cast like a commander, but it also means that your deck can be red and black.
Oh, that's sick.
It's
that's
so
very
James, it's so
very
fucking cool. You would love the shit from the Baldur's Gate set.
I love how thematic that is.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed. Okay.
Because the idea was it is a draftable commander set. So when you drafted it, you would draft a 60 card commander deck.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah, and how Arne was talking about cube, I want to make a commander cube where the idea is that you draft pre-made packs like an Arnie's cube, but you draft a 100 card commander deck from those.
I've drafted a commander cube a few times, but never 100 cards. We've done like 60.
60 is probably the right idea.
Well, this would be 60. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I have 5 mana. That would be a waste and a foolish idea. I'm going to attack Tracy. And wait to see what's going to happen.
I'm going to block with Rolesk.
Okay, just with Rolesk.
Yes, just with Rolesk.
Okay, cool. I am going to tap 3 mana now.
So does roll no? So let's, because I have triggers off of his death. So before we go to your second main.
Yeah, when is
this isn't second main. This is an instant.
Okay, so I've declared blockers. Are you doing this in response to the declaration of blockers?
I guess.
Okay.
What are you trying to do? You're just trying to.
Let's talk it through. What do you?
I was gonna.
Yeah, so it's before blockers. So he's doing it before blockers, or during when blockers are declared.
So it'll go on the stack before Rolesk does his thing. Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was just gonna spoils the hunt and snap him away. Thanos snap him using Tiamat.
So Rolesk is only a 4/5.
Yeah, Rolesk dies no matter what.
Then I'll kill the other one then.
So are you spending?
There are 2 creatures out there, right?
There are 2 creatures with flying. So you get +1/+0 for each mana that was spent from a treasure to cast this spell. Then that creature deals damage equal to its power to target. Okay, cool. So you're dealing 7 damage to Abednego and
to the
killing
cat.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Correct.
Fantastic. That all resolves. So Abednego dies, Rolesk dies, and I proliferate twice off of Rolesk's death trigger. So
I will need to use the restroom, so don't kill me while I'm away.
All right. So
all right. I know my move.
Elspeth goes to 8 and Elminster goes to 16.
Damn, 16 tokens on Elmet. Like, what a waste.
I mean, if he had an alt, it would be fucking fantastic. But as it is, I don't have any reason to put that many fairy dragons into play. So
yeah, really, it's not that useful. I'm gonna untap and do my shit here. I think is the general idea.
I mean, that seems like a plan to me.
Okay, not the card I want to draw here.
And System Mastery, Jeff, John, thank you for stopping in. Really appreciate it. They're heading out, so they've got to record tonight.
Oh, fantastic. How many stacks you got on your ultiple planeswalker?
8 is where Elspeth is sitting, and I have these two little cats sitting over here as well.
Yeah, I gotcha. I think. I don't know what to do here. It's like, do I help?
I mean,
commander gets so hard.
Right, because threat assessment is totally different, right? Because you're not just looking at one person's board; you're worrying about what the other person can do in retaliation to you. So,
well, yeah, and also like, I mean, I also just like, I'm trying to figure out how does the game get better and easier for me if James kills you, and it's like just very hard to know.
Sure. So right now, if you're looking at it from my view, because I played a little more Commander, like The game gets better for you if I'm gone, if you have a way to block James's flyers.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
If you can
I mean, I assume not. Yeah, but
if you can materialize that, then yeah, by all means, like, you should take me out, because if not, then what we're looking at is a situation where you and I need to team up and take James out. So
I think what's my most I am going to This doesn't do anything for me. This doesn't do anything for me. I will just pass.
okay. Grenzo instant speed shenanigans. Heard.
Yeah.
All right. So I drew a Venser the Sojourner, which is great if I have creatures on board, but I don't. So I think I think I need to start off by plus 2ing Elminster and drawing a card, which is Morden Kanan, and then scrying 2. That's very good. Those are going to go back on top that way. Then I need to have flying blockers is what I need. So
yeah, I assumed you were gonna alt Elspeth.
Yep, I'm gonna alt Elspeth, and I get 5 3/3 flying angels. So we're just gonna draw. We're gonna go Skyjacks with this. So it's gonna be a feather. Oh, and just real quick, Arnie, I know we had talked about like a time for this stream. Are we keeping you from anything?
No, it's fine. I just messaged I was playing games with some friends tonight, maybe, but it was sort of one of those things where everyone was like, should we? And I was like, I have a thing. I'll let you know when I'm done.
Gotcha.
And I think they're not annoyed for me to be like, let's just not play tonight.
Okay,
so don't
cool.
worry about it.
All right, so that is 5 3/3 angels with flying, because boy, do I not need any flyers coming at my face right now.
Yes.
Then so many options, and how much mana do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I can do. I'm gonna pay green, and let's double check here. 1, 2 to cast Silverback Elder. 5, 7 Ape Shaman. Whenever I cast a creature spell, I choose one. Destroy your target artifact or enchantment Look at the top 5 cards of my library. I may put a land card from among them onto the battlefield tapped with the rest of my on the bottom of my library in a random order, or I gain 5 life or gain 4 life.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, and then I'm going to do it's you, or you. I can't do that, so I'm going to pay white, green, white, and 1, and I'm going to cast a Johnny Sleeper Agent.
Ooh, that's a great one.
Yeah. So he comes in with 4 loyalty, and I'm going to +1 him to 5. To reveal the top card of my library. If it's a creature or planeswalker, I put it in my hand. Otherwise, I put it on the bottom. So, revealed is a Path to Exile. That goes on the bottom.
Oof. That's too bad.
Well, I forgot that I knew exactly what was on the top of my library. And I did that anyway. So, hey, we're all making optimal choices right now.
Reap what you sow. Yeah.
So James, I +2 Delminster. I alted Elspeth, so I have 5 3/3 flying angels, which those are feathers with eyes, just in case you were wondering about the drawing on the angel tokens. I figured I'd go Skyjack.
Love that.
I figured I'd go Skyjacks with it. I cast
Skyjack off.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Whew. Cast a Silverback Elder 5/7. Whenever I cast a creature spell, I get to either destroy an artifact or enchantment. Look at the top 5 cards of my library and put a land card in onto the battlefield tapped, or gain 4 life. And then a Johnny Sleeper Agent is another planeswalker. You can click on him to see all the shit that he does. But then I have no attacks, and at the end, on my end step, I get 3 more 1/1 cats with lifelink. And I pass.
God, these fucking cats.
That it's not going to end until I do. And just for your awareness, I now have 5 3/3 flying blockers.
Yeah. Super cool. All right, you all set?
Pass.
Okay. Let me take a look at what's going on here. Oh, and I see, Arne, you've done nothing to
I'm ramping.
improve.
Yeah, Arne.
Arne, if you had hit Tracy, if you had done something,
No,
you
I
would
don't know
not
what
have
you're
to
talking about.
worry collectively about them.
I'm ramping. What I'm doing is I'm actually ramping right now.
Are you ramping right now?
Yeah, I'm ramping. I'm ramping off. That's why my camera's off, because I'm ramping off.
Yeah, just the breakneck speed.
Arnie's over there skyjacking, so his camera's off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a lot of blockers.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of the issue.
It's not an issue for me.
Okay. Gotta think about what the appropriate thing to do here is. Yeah. Oh, which ones need to be involved? Okay, so sure. This. Now.
Oh no! What fresh hell is this?
This
Oh,
is
that's Zeatora,
the
baby.
Incinerator. Yeah. So what do? The Tracy is not allowing us to hit them like a normal person. We're just gonna have to throw dragons at you
Uh-huh.
until it runs its course. So first things first, though, we did get a treasure token off of that.
Ganax.
What card? Can you spell it? What is it?
Ziatora.
Ziatora, the Italian.
You're not wrong.
dragon.
You're not wrong. He's from Japan, and it's the one of the new Capenna demon lords, one of the 5 families. He's fucking sick.
Yeah, like an absolute.
Just a house. Just an absolute house.
ZIYA?
ZIA.
Oh, ZIA.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Lord and boss. Dragon demon. Cool.
Uh-huh.
All right. I am gonna tap this mountain and do some faithless looting.
Oh.
This looting is completely faithless.
So that is draw 2 cards and then discard 2 cards.
We can't have it.
Okay.
Or that's faith no more, not faithless.
Yeah. I was wondering where the connection was, and I kind of put it together at the very end there.
I mean, it was not a good rendition, so I wouldn't be surprised
you
if
nailed
no
it.
one put it together.
Well,
What
I'm
does
actually the
Menace
healthiest.
do? Oh wait, that's 2 blockers.
You are
needed,
in
right?
the lead right now, Arne.
I'm in first place. Wow.
In a game
I'm
of
playing this
Commander,
pretty well.
you are currently in first place.
Wait, James hasn't declared attackers yet, so let's not say things like that.
Yeah. Okay. So I will need to do that. I think I'm gonna toss out this and yeah, I'm just gonna have to assume that that's not how I'm gonna be winning. All right, so I'm gonna enchant Tiamat with sticky fingers.
Oh,
This
God.
enchanted creature has menace.
So good.
And whenever
Oh,
this creature deals
no.
combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. So Tiamat is going to attack Arne Parrot. The shiftless.
Absolutely.
if we were going to sort of create a planeswalker-esque title for Arne Parrot, it would be Arne Parrot the Shiftless, who is busy ramping.
But I'm just a little Grenzo.
I'm just a little goblin man.
Just a little goblin. All right, I'm triggering Grenzo twice. You're in for it now.
Absolutely. You're going to put both triggers on the stack without knowing what...
Oh, are there more attackers? Sorry.
No, I'm just saying,
that's
you're not going to wait for the one trigger to resolve before you do...
Oh no, baby, we're doing two triggers here.
All right.
2 triggers on the stack. We're just
View
going
bottom
with
card, right in the middle.
There it is.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hey, that's a soul ring.
That's a soul ring,
that
baby.
goes right in the graveyard.
We're
All
ramping.
right, and
We're
now
ramping,
let's-
baby.
Yeah, just you guys wait. Here it comes. Oh, that's our stone. That goes right to the graveyard. Okay. So,
Ramping! We're busy
so-
ramping.
I actually have a question. So, how much damage am I taking?
You're taking 7, bud.
Taking 7.
Doing fucking kickflips off that ramp and just getting smacked in the face.
I'm taking 7 stupid Tiamat damage.
Yep, and make sure you you hit click your command.
Yeah, I
name.
did that.
Yeah,
I
all right,
got it.
cool, fantastic.
Okay.
This is so embarrassing.
So that generates a treasure token for me.
I got 2 artifacts in my graveyard. What am I supposed to do with that?
And then
Uh-huh.
let's see. Oh. Did I do... I started this turn with a land drop, right?
Pretty sure.
Think so.
Yeah, okay. Cool. So then at my end step, I am going to use Ziatora to throw just like crumple up Tiamat like a paper ball and just throw it directly at Tracy.
Uh-huh. So
And that'll send...
just so you know, that does not count as commander damage because commander damage is only through combat.
Yeah.
But
I am
I
more
am
than happy to deal any sort of damage to you.
I'm down to 4. So
Arne, Finish the job.
Oh, boy, I'll see what I can do, boss.
I may not be the threat now, Arnie.
I don't know what you're talking
Ziatora creates 3 treasure tokens with whenever they crumple up a person into a paper ball and, and throw them. And
sticky fingers also.
When enchanted creature dies. Does it count as dies if we move to the command zone?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, because it hits the graveyard first, and then,
I'm going to draw a card. And that'll be my turn.
That's
tell you what, I definitely
that's a useful card you just drew, James.
Yes, it is.
That negates your commander tax for the first time. Not bad.
Mm-hmm.
God, you've got the fucking ancient silver and ancient brass just sitting in your hand. Jesus,
just
Christ.
sitting there. And well, the thing is, with you, those are going to be absolutely worthless because you've got so many goddamn blockers.
Right.
Okay, so now it's Arnie's turn.
It's Arnie's turn. Arnie,
fantastic.
This is where you're on the big stage.
Okay, I'm untapping and I'm doing my upkeep, which is nothing, and I'm drawing a card. It's a swamp.
Yeah,
all right.
I'd love to see a swamp.
So James is really expecting something out of you, Arnie, right now.
I know. Hold on.
I really believe in you. I gave you some tough love earlier to motivate you.
Okay, so I'm looking through the cards in my hand. I'm gonna figure out which one of these is gonna do the thing I needed to do. Okay, okay. All right. I passed my turn.
Yep.
Cool.
I took a look at the plate.
I remember, Arnie, when you were describing your deck and how it works, it's like, ooh, that's just going to be an explosion of so many wild things happening.
Yeah, well, it is. Just you wait.
All right, I'm
ramping.
I'm gonna +2 Elminster to 20 loyalty counters.
Good God. Elminster is in love with you, Tracy. Elminster,
Elminster would
loyal.
I draw a
his
card.
Own mother.
The card I drew is Elspeth's Sun's Champion. We're playing with hands up, so I'm not going to hide this. The card I drew at the start of the turn is Luxior Giada's Gift. This is fucking dope.
Luxior Giada's Gift.
Oh, just wait.
Luxior Giada from Japan.
I scry 2. Those are both going to go to the bottom. So, here is what...
I loved Luxior Giada in Sideways.
Just my favorite character. Here is what is going to happen. I have so many different triggers that can... Okay, so I'm going to pay 1, 2, 3. I'm going to evoke the Muldrifter from my hand. So when it enters the battlefield, I draw 2 cards. It immediately dies, but I draw 2. I get an Eternal Witness and a Plains.
Oh, interesting.
Not much of note in the graveyard, but I do get to play a Plains. I'm going to tap 1. I'm going to cast Luxior. Now, Luxior Giada's Gift is a legendary artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each counter on it. Equipped creature isn't a planeswalker and is a creature in addition to its other types.
So finally, Elminster's going to start getting in there.
Equip planeswalker cost of 1.
What the hell?
Yeah, Elminster's about to start getting in and doing the dirty work.
So I'm going to tap 1, and I'm going to equip Elminster with Luxior Giada's Gift. So Elminster is now a 20/20.
2020. That was a bad year. That was a bad year.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's fantastic. I am going to tap 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 of which are white. 5, 6. I'm going to play another Elspeth, which is Elspeth's Sun's Champion, a 4 loyalty planeswalker.
How can there be so many on the field?
The important part is that Elspeth can -3 Oh wait, no, we're not going to do that. That would be bad because that would destroy Elminster because Elminster's a creature.
Yeah,
so
You should do that. You should do that.
oh
one.
wait, I have a trigger that I missed. I cast the Muldrifter, Silverback Elder triggers, and I gain 4 life. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because I don't have anything else that I want to destroy or look for lands. So then I'm going to +1 a Johnny. I get to reveal the top card of my library. If it's a creature or planeswalker, I put it in my hand. Otherwise, put it on the bottom of the library. It is a fact or fiction, so that goes on the bottom. Then I'm going to +1 this Elsabeth. I put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. And then a counter from among flying, first strike, lifelink, or vigilance. I'm going to put a lifelink counter on Elminster.
Ah!
And then James,
Yeah, that's game.
I'm going to attack you with a 21/21 life-linked Elminster.
Okay. So you don't have trample.
Nope, he's just a creature.
There's absolutely no way that I'm gonna overcome your blockers and damage, especially with Arne determined to do absolutely nothing in this
I'm
game.
ripping. I'm ripping pretty hard.
I'm trying to determine if there's
Well, okay, let me. So Elminster alone, and this is the thing about Commander, right? Is that you might always draw like the thing that lets you pull it out because you have blockers right now. So all I'm doing right now
21 isn't really
is gaining 21 life, which sounds like a ton.
yeah. Well, no, I mean, yeah, that is a little
the,
bit a ton right
but
now.
The thing,
okay.
But the thing is, if I choose to attack with also 3 angels and a silverback elder, then that changes the equation because that's more damage coming at your face. So I'm not doing that. So all I'm saying is, like, in Commander terms, react as if you just have that Elminster coming at you. Like, don't think too far ahead because you never know what you might draw out of your deck.
Sure. I will block with Ganax.
Okay. And I will simply they say gain 21 life.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's not bad. I'm just saying, like, you don't know what's coming up in your deck because your deck is full of good shit.
Sure. All right.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yes, sorry, I passed.
That is the.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I should have +1 to Elspeth Sun's champion, but I'm not going to do that because that's rude. I don't need more tokens on the battlefield.
Just take some more tokens. You skin and bones. All right, we are going to put the Dragon Speaker Shaman into play. And that's 2 less. Sure. Well, actually, let's see here. So that's going to be 4. That's still 9. Yeah, okay. So we're going to put the Ancient Copper Dragon into play.
Mm-hmm. Good card.
And then
Wow, what a cool card.
Yeah. So that is one of the ones from the Baldur's Gate set. All the ancient blah 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 dragons are.
Yeah, the Ancient Dragons are really cool.
That's expensive too. Holy cow.
Mm-hmm. But notably, it's not legendary.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, so like if you've got a Kiki Jiki, you can just copy that,
Yeah.
which is wild.
I just need 3. Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Check out the ancient silver that he has sitting in his hand too.
Yeah, I can't click on those because of the weird alt art.
Yeah, the Forgotten Realms art doesn't come up for some reason.
But Ancient Silver is whenever Ancient
Oh, I
Silver
see it.
deals
Yeah, I
combat
got it
damage
here.
to a player.
Ooh, that's pretty choice
Uh-huh.
too.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Is there some way to manipulate die rolling?
So you can
Yes.
do things that basically give you advantage.
Okay, got it.
So you can take the better of 2 results, but beyond that, not much.
There's no plus.
I think it's more than 2 results, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you can get multiple effects that let you take the best result of multiple rolls, basically.
So like you can build decks entirely around that, and it rules. So I guess I will be spending a while hunting for dragons. I would love to do that on not public time. And the thing is, I guess I should be hurling something at someone.
Do you have to?
I don't have to. You know what?
Hey, you're in the lead. Both Arnie and I are tied right now, man. Like,
Yeah, we're tied.
Yeah, that's what is going on. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to hunt through my library.
Oh, I lost you on Discord. He's crashing.
yep, he's crashing. I think he's just
He's
hunting for
crashing.
dragons, and you can take your turn.
Great. End of his turn. We know the drill. We'll get some stacks here. Treasonous ogre. Whew.
Oh, damn. That's
That's gonna come into play for sure.
That's a friend.
That's
Jesus.
a
Uh,
game-winning card if ever I've seen one.
You need some ramp? We got your ramp, buddy.
Yeah, I've got ramp right here. Move to battlefield.
Got your
And
ramp
then
swinging.
We'll do it again. Ooh.
James, are you back? I see your face. I don't hear your voice. Yeah, Discord does not like your voice currently.
Oh wow. Okay, hold on. I've got a little bit of math to do. with
Oh, you've got-
duplicate here.
Wait a Oh, dude.
Yeah, give me a second. Now I have to think so much.
You don't have to think too much. You've got Mishra and the Dragon Engine in your hand.
I know, but this has to come in now.
Uh-huh. Oh, is it the duplicate? Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't except for my hand. It pulls.
Right.
I get to kill someone's creature and become that basically.
Yeah, I was just looking at
Oh yeah. I have the dragon in my head too.
at the meld, yeah.
Yeah. I can do that. The thing is, I don't have haste, right? Do they need to attack to meld?
Well, they need to attack together to meld, yeah.
Yeah. So this guy will be hasted, but the dragon engine won't.
Right.
But that's okay.
I mean, that's a tomorrow problem.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just trying to figure out what to duplicate right now.
I mean, honestly,
probably Elminster.
Yeah, I mean that's the easy choice, right? You're gonna get a 21-21.
No, because it'll exile it and then it'll become unequipped. The equipment won't stay when I exile it, so it'll just destroy it. Because I think it doesn't duplicate equipment, right? Unless that rule is changed.
Oh, right, yeah. Then so that would exile Elminster, and then the duplicate
It'll
would
just kill
die.
Elminster.
Yeah, it would just kill
and
it.
the
I mean,
duplicate
which
dies.
is not the worst thing in the world, but that leaves Luxior for me to equip to whatever. So.
Yeah, and actually, I guess it wouldn't. Duplicate wouldn't die. It's still a 2/4. So.
Oh yeah.
Let me see. So then I have to look at James's deck because I could also just pick the. Because this will be on my turn, so I'll actually have haste. So maybe I'll be able to attack.
Yeah.
So maybe it's good.
Arnie,
to get
if
yes.
you do one thing to me, one thing.
James, this is the thing that you are gonna love about Commander. It's entirely a diplomatic game, and sometimes just laying there and hoping to not be a threat for a while is the only way to win.
We just learned that. We just learned that lesson. Tracy taught
Okay.
us that lesson.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm
hold
a
on.
fantastic teacher. Now use my lessons.
Okay. What am I duplicating here?
If you're not gonna straight up kill Elminster, which is a fine idea, then
Yeah.
it would
then
have
what
to
do I have?
it would have to be like Tiamat because you're gonna get a 7/7 out of the bargain. Or if you want to stop James flinging things, it would be Zeotora.
I have to just look up all these cards. This is okay. Zeotora.
Arnie, Tracy is just going to be gaining so much life with.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
obviously the right answer. Okay, yeah. I'll the thing is, yeah, I'll knock Elminster out.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
In my never-ending interest to keep you two at the same power level. So now I have an Elminster, aka a duplicate. Okay, now it is my turn. Untap.
Yeah, you literally have just a vanilla duplicate right now.
Yeah, 2/4 duplicate is in play. Very fun. Draw. Interesting.
I wish the search in the library was just slightly more robust.
Okay, on my turn, I am going to play a Phyrexian Revoker, and I'm going to name Elspeth Sun's Champion.
So her activate, is it creature or card?
Non-land card name. Activated abilities can't be played.
Okay, so Elspeth's champion is just what she is. I can't activate her loyalty abilities. Got it.
Yep.
Okay.
I am going to tap 3 to play a Dragon Engine,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to pass my turn.
All right.
All right, pulled some dragons out. The old dragon hatch.
Right out the old dragon hatch. That's where you keep your dragons.
You gotta keep your dragons somewhere. Might as well be the dragon hatch.
Okay. Oh, that's fun.
Might even call them dragon hatchlings. That's fun.
So
That is so fun.
It's
so fun.
Extremely fun.
Extremely fun.
Incredibly fun to me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. 10 is a number. That is a pretty good number. Do I have 1, 2, 3? I do have enough to do both of those things. So I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'm going to cast Mordenkainen.
Hey.
Another Planeswalker. 5 loyalty Planeswalker, and when he +2s, I draw 2 cards and put a card from my hand on the bottom of the library.
God, he rules so much.
I can -2 him to create a blue dog illusion creature token with this creature's power and toughness is equal to my hand size. And I can -10 him to exchange my hand and my library, and then I get an emblem with "You have no maximum hand size."
Yeah. Very funny.
I'm gonna
Just in
+2
case
him.
if the game feels like maybe it's too short,
Yeah.
why don't you draw 60 cards?
Yeah. So I draw 2 cards, and then I get to put 1 card on the bottom from my hand.
I mean, we are on turn 12, so.
Okay.
This is so long.
I'm going to put Venser on the bottom of my library. And then I'm going to pay blue, white, and 2 other for Teferi, who slows the sunset.
Okay, not 3 fairy. Okay, that's fine. That's one of the less scary Teferis.
Yes, a less scary Teferi. I can choose up to 1 artifact, up to 1 creature, and up to target land. I untap those permanents I control, tap the chosen permanents I don't control, and gain 2 life. So I'm going to... he's at 4. I'm going to do that +1. I'm going to untap this command tower. I don't have literally anything else that I can untap, and they're not creatures. I guess technically I can untap. I can say I'm I'm not gonna shenanigans that. That's rude. So I'm going to tap one land and James, you've got one land untapped there. I'm going to tap it.
How dare you?
My God.
Then I gain 2 life. Then I'm going to +1 this Ajani, and I'm going to reveal the top card. If it's a creature or planeswalker, I can put it in my hand. It's a land, so I put it on the bottom of the library. Then I can pay 1 to equip Luxior Giada's Gift. I'm going to equip it to Morden Kanan. So Morden Kanan is a 7/7. Oh wait, Morden Kanan just came into play. I'm going to equip it to Ajani. So Ajani is a 7/7. And then I'm going to +1 Elspeth to make to give Ajani a +1/+1 counter and a flying counter. So Ajani can fly now, babies.
Baby,
Ajani can fly. And then I'm going to pass the turn, and I make 3 more.
3 cats.
3 cats.
We know.
We know about the cats. Pass.
All right. Okay. All right. Let's see here.
I'm going to change the land that I used to equip that Luxior. There we go. Might come in useful.
Interesting.
Actually, I'm not going to even wait for it to become useful. I'm just going to tap that command tower and 1 and Source to Plowshare Zeotora.
Oh no. Exiled.
Tired of flings being flung.
James, your Zeotora flies all the way into the exile pile.
Yeah.
And you gain 6 life.
Cool. Well, at least there's that. Let me navigate over so that I can gain that life. Hilarious. It's a hilarious thing. Well, I am gonna miss Zeotor quite a bit. Quite a bit. Okay. Let's ensure that does not happen again. Tap those 2 and 3 more. Shoot. Okay, and we're gonna bring out Scale Lord Reckoner. Scale Lord Reckoner, whenever a dragon you control becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, destroy target non-land permanent that player controls.
Holy
Yikes.
shit.
So
That's amazing.
the
That's a
shitty
lot.
little games are over.
Oh my gosh.
I dearly wish that you had waited, Tracy. That you had waited.
I'm sure you do. Oh my god, I'm glad I didn't. Wow.
Okay. All right. So, Tracy, what artifacts do you currently have in play?
I have 1 artifact, Luxior Giada's Gift, which is currently enchanting Ajani.
Okay. And we are going to tap 2 mana. Actually, Arnie, do you have any artifacts?
I don't think so. I think they all got exiled pretty bad. And
so
then I put 2 in my own graveyard.
Arnie has
Oh,
one.
I have Phyrexian Revoker and the dagger. Oh, I have 3 actually. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So, James, just so you know, if Arnie gets to attack with Mishra and the Phyrexian Dragon Engine, they meld into a Super Mishra.
which sounds cool, right?
Well, that doesn't sound
We all
good.
want to see that.
I mean, I would love to. I gotta be honest. I would love to see it because I've never seen it happen.
We all want to see it, right, everybody?
But Mishra claimed by Gix is quite. It's a 9/9 that does some wild shit.
It doesn't do that
Okay.
much.
Gonna tap 2 more. Now, I don't know that I'm reading this properly because this seems like a wild fucking card that I'm about to use.
Oh, by force.
I force, and I did it with 3 mana. So
Uh-huh.
does that mean I just destroy
3
3
artifacts.
artifacts?
Absolutely.
What a upsetting thing that is.
That is a.
Arne, you did have 3 artifacts, right?
Mhm.
I do have 3 artifacts. Are they all being destroyed?
So I'm gonna destroy Tracy's artifact and all 3 of Arnie's artifacts.
Okay, and before you
that.
destroy one, real quick, one of my
Mhm.
artifacts is called Phyrexian Revoker, and it's currently holding one of Tracy's planeswalkers in play.
Oh, that's right. That's right. So you
It's
know
a
what?
2/1 that doesn't do shit. So
Yeah, I won't do that. I will.
Thank
I
you.
will spare that one. And there's the negotiation.
Yep. There's the commander politics.
so my
And
duplicate
here's-
goes. Okay,
Here's the thing that I don't like
yeah,
about my turn, about what I'm forced to do.
yeah.
Is
I
that-
need options if
And
I'm gonna destroy Tracy.
Yeah.
Like there's no. I don't. The right now currently don't have the necessary power.
Uh-huh.
To do that, I to get the power that I need so much mana. And there's really only one method of mana generation that I've got right now.
And it's me giving you
that's
my
for me to-
lands.
No.
No, Arnie.
It's
Oh,
combat
my sweet
damage to a
summer
player.
child.
Okay,
And,
well, that,
and I've got
I-
blockers.
I attack.
for how much? Am I...
Attack Arnie for 6.
Oh, just for 6?
Just for 6.
Oh yeah, I don't care about that. I'll take 6.
Okay, cool. I roll a d20.
Oh, I hate
which-
that though.
Yeah, well, don't worry, it's not going to do any damage to you. And I got a 12, which that means I get 12 treasure tokens.
That rules.
very
That's so
funny.
good. Oh man.
Okay. Look at all
Uh-huh.
those.
Hmm.
That's 12 mana.
And I guess this is normally when I
Oh, I'm
fling
taking 6.
something,
Sorry.
but I got nothing to throw. There's no more. There's no way to take Tiamat, Demon Queen of Dragons, crumple her into a ball of tissue, and then throw it at my enemy. So I
Nope.
suppose that's my turn.
Okay. Now I get to play one of my favorite games in Magic the Gathering, which is how much life can I take before I die instantly, and how much is it worth it for me to do
Yes.
that? I'm at least spending 3, that's for sure. Am I spending 6 more? This
I
is a good question.
overspent
That'll leave me at
so many
13, which I believe kills me instantly if anyone looks at me. But I get to put more creatures in play, which is cool and fun.
Hey, we love that. And what's the point of life if you didn't put a bunch
Yeah,
of creatures
exactly.
in play?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
The-
Correct. Okay, so I'm tapping
There's
my
a thing
swamp.
about Commander. Life is a resource.
Yeah. it's
So go ahead and
it's
spend it.
nothing. So, okay, I'm going to flip 2 cards here. Hey, we got a mountain that goes in the graveyard. Life well
Hey.
spent. Okay, and then we got, let's see, this is going to be a big one right here. I can tell. Boom, a great furnace. That goes in the graveyard. Life well
Oh,
spent.
no.
Okay. So, all right. Turn over. Thank you. All right, so now that was untap. Now we upkeep and we draw, or untap here.
This I feel is deeply unfair because I was extremely excited about Arnie's deck, and I feel
Uh-huh.
like he has run into the worst luck.
No. This
Absolutely.
is
Every
this is
turn.
how the game. This is how it works. This is how it works. Sometimes you spin the wheel. The wheel is being spun. Okay. I am not without options. I'm enjoying playing it. It's just a slow burn here. Okay. How do I deal with anything that's happening? I know I have to play a Rito's Lantern. That has to be a move.
Yeah,
And
because
now-
you've got to get that dragon engine back.
Yeah. And now I can't swing at anybody, which would gain me life, but isn't worth it. Kill anything? All right, so we chillin', we hanging.
Okay. Over here, we're untapping. And draw. Okay. Okay, can we make this work? I think we can. Although, yeah, all right,
I
that'd be
love
fine.
that like a subplot of this game is that Tracy's character is a crazy cat lady. Like,
yeah, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah.
it's like I'm friends with all the planeswalkers and I have infinite cats.
Okay, I'm going to +2 Mordenkainen and draw 2 cards and then put a card on the bottom. So I get Ozolith and Titan of Industry. I'm going to put Suspicious Stowaway on the bottom. I'm going to spend 1, 2 green, and a whatever to play Eternal Witness. 2/1 creature human shaman. When it enters the battlefield, I may return target card from my graveyard to the battlefield, or to my hand. Sorry,
To your hand. Yep, that would be insane.
Yeah, right. So wait, did I miscalculate that? No, we're good. So I'm going to tap the Port Town. I pulled the Luxior Giada's Gift back to my hand. So I'm going to cast it, and I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fantastic. I'm going to cast the Nesting Ground, or tap the Nesting Ground to equip Luxior to Mordenkainen. So he's now a 9/9 creature. Then I'm going to pay 1, 2 green, 3, 4, 5, 6 to cast Rishkar's Expertise. I draw cards equal to the greatest power among creatures I control, and I may cast a spell with mana value 5 or less from my hand without paying its mana cost.
Nice.
So I draw 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. I'm going to I'm going to use Rishkar's ability to put Tameo, Completed Sage, onto the battlefield. Yeah, she's the Phyrexian Tameo. So she
okay, yeah.
She can +1 to tap target artifact or creature, and it doesn't untap during its controller's untap phase.
Yeah, that's not great.
So, for 0, I'm going to play Mox Amber.
Sure.
Ah, sick.
I haven't played a land this turn, so I'm going to play an Exotic Orchard. Then I am going to tap the Mox Amber for 1 to move Luxior Giada's Gift over to a Johnny, who is a flyer, because he's a creature again. I'm going to +1 a Johnny to look at the top card. If it's a... Nope, just put it on the bottom. It's a Plains. Then I'm going to +1 Elspeth and put another +1/+1 counter on a Johnny, and he also gets... he's going to get a First Strike counter, because Elspeth can do that. So there's a First Strike counter. So I've done that, I've done that. When Eternal Witness came into the battlefield, the Silverback Elder triggers. I gain 4 life. And then I'm going to +1 this Tameo and take her to 6. And I'm going to James, I'm going to tap your Tiamat, and she doesn't untap during your untap phase.
Okay, so that's an interesting decision for you to make. Because whenever a dragon that I control, Tiamat would be one of those, becomes a target of a spell or ability, I do get to destroy target non-land permanent. And that is a delicious thing for me to do.
Totally is, and I am not going to try to take these backsies. I'm just going to let you have it. What do you want?
Okay, all right. So you've got a lot. It's probably. I mean, okay. So of the planeswalkers that you've got going,
Ajani's the creature one that is currently a 10/10 with flying and first strike.
Yeah, that's just gotta go.
You could also kill the thing that makes them into creatures, which would be the sword,
which is Luxior. Yeah.
Yeah, like
I'm just saying it's not. I don't know if that's right.
I think it's easier for both of us to remove the artifacts than it is planeswalkers.
Sure.
Absolutely. All right, so Ajani
will tap Tiamat.
Ajani is Agani.
And Tiamat is tapioed.
Yes, Tiamat is tapped. So
until the beginning of your next end step, when does Tiamat get to untap?
She did on not James's next untap step, but the one after that. It just says she doesn't untap.
One full turn.
Yeah, one full turn.
Yeah.
So you currently have James a 4/4 flyer.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I am going to. I'm going to go to combat. Arne, I'm sorry, this is just the right decision to make at this point in time.
Wow!
I'm sending all the flying angels at you.
At me? Which is how much damage?
15.
Oh, that's enough to kill me, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's. I guess I'll pop some blockers out if I can.
Yeah, let's see it.
Here we go. Now you're about to find out. How this deck works. This deck is an explosion of flavor. There's so much stuff in there.
Now hold on 1 second.
You're in for it. Arne, see, my boy Arnie's crazy, and he's been holding it back the whole game. But you just pissed him off. You just upset him. You just unleashed him. You're about to see the full might of this deck. It's going to be all pointed at you, and you're going to regret every terrible thing that you've ever done in your entire life.
Yeah, that all seems right to me.
That's what's about to happen here.
Let's see
I need to check a few things before I do this.
Okay.
James, can you read to me all the cards in your graveyard, please?
Yeah. The cards that I have in my
Creatures.
graveyard creatures. Okay. So you have Young Blue Dragon, which is a 3/3 flyer.
Great.
But it does also have a sorcery that allows you to scry 1 and then draw.
Don't care about any of that. No. Just tell me. Yeah. Tell me about these creatures.
The other one is Ganax Astral Hunter.
Right.
Which is a flying dragon. Whenever the hunter or another dragon enters the battlefield under your control, create a treasure token.
Okay. And are those your only 2?
That's it. Everything else was exiled.
Right. Yeah. Tracy, what's in your graveyard?
Currently in my graveyard, creature-wise, is Muldrifter, 2/2 flyer, enters the battlefield, draw 2 cards. Rolesque Apex Hybrid, 4/5 fly and trample. When it enters the battlefield, put 2+1/+1 counters on another target creature. When it dies, proliferate twice. Those are the 2.
Okay. Those are the 2? Okay, fantastic. All right, 1 second. I'm doing a little math in my brain.
Uh-oh.
So you've got 15 coming at me, and I have 13 life.
Yes.
Okay. 9, 7, 1, 2. Okay, so if I grab here.
And for reference, just because, so Arnie, think a little bit, because there's also attackers coming at James, and James has priority, so he'll be able to respond first.
Okay. So yeah.
The Silverback Elder and 8/1/1 lifelink cat tokens are coming at you, James. So Silverback Elder is a 5/7.
5/7.
So
okay.
a 5/7 and 8/1/1 lifelinkers.
Yeah, I guess you leave me no choice. I have to tap 2 mana for Prize Fight.
Yeah.
And I'm going to
Hey.
have the tapped Tiamat fight the Silverback Elder.
Kabam.
And that gets me a treasure token.
Yes, it does. What you gonna do with the 8/1/1s?
Ugh. Okay. And perhaps this is a bridge too far for Magic etiquette, but it is difficult to see your board, and you have so much going on. Tracy,
Yes.
do you have anything readily apparent that increases the power of these creatures
No, not-
after blockers are declared?
Not one bit.
Then
I have nothing. Even in the stuff that is sitting in my hand, which is too much to parse out, I have no combat tricks.
Then I will block 2 of them using my good friend, the Scale Lord Reckoner, and the Dragon Speaker Shaman.
Yeah, and that's a completely fair question to ask, especially playing online. Like, you're not breaching any etiquette by asking that. So you will then take 6 damage, and I will gain 8.
Oh, okay.
And Arnie, what you doing?
Yeah, sorry. I'm still just doing this quick. So that killed Silverback? Silverback's
Yes,
gone?
Silverback's gone.
Okay. That was my other play. Okay, I guess I'll just... I think I die no matter what. So... What's my best chance of survival? I guess I'll just roll the dice one time here and see what pops off.
Okay.
And then hold priority, so to speak.
Hey,
Gray
that's the name
Merchant.
of the show.
It's a Gary.
That's not so bad, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay, so we'll put
Because
him
that's
into
gonna gain you.
play.
That's gonna gain you enough life to survive, I think.
I think, yeah, I have devotion 4.
Well, it counts him coming in too.
Yeah, so it's 4.
Oh, yeah. So you'll go to 17. You'll take 15. You'll be at 2.
Yes, this is true. Is that enough? Yeah. All right. We'll just be lucky and count that as lucky. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, that's what happens. So I'm at 2.
Okay. So these are all
At 2, Arnie.
the things in my hand, which I'll have to discard some. So the Revoker is still in play. I've used Tamio, Mordenkainen, and Elspeth. I can't use the other Elspeth. So I will use this Teferi to untap target artifact, which would be the Mox Amber. 1 target creature, which will be...
Oh, everyone lost 4 life, by the way. Just making sure.
From...
okay, cool.
For Grey Merchant.
2, 3, 4. Yeah. 1 creature, which will be 1 of the angels. So I have 1 untapped 3/3 flyer.
Ugh, hate that. That
Target
for me.
target land will be looking at things, it doesn't really matter. A plains, and that is all of those things that I can do with Teferi. So I gain 2 life, and I'm going to tap. It's an artifact. So I'm going to tap the Phyrexian Revoker.
Very well.
I'm going to tap your untapped land that you have there. And I'm going to tap Mishra. Because it's not until the next end step, so James gets to just use whatever he's got there. Then I'm going to pay 1 with this Plains, and I'm going to cast the Ozolith. So it's a legendary artifact. Whenever a creature I control leaves the battlefield, if it had counters on it, put those counters on the Ozolith. It's only creatures, not planeswalkers, so I don't get to shift loyalty counters around. And at the beginning of combat on my turn, if the Ozolith had counters on it, then I can move those to another thing. And then I have 2 mana left. I am going to equip Morden Kanan with Luxior. So Morden Kanan becomes an 11/11. Nothing else special about him, just an 11/11. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have to discard 1 card, and I'm going to discard this Arcane Signet and pass the turn. Yeah, just the beefiest Morden Kanan you've ever seen. He is not skipping leg day or arm day, ab day, any day.
Okay. There must be some kind of path to. Good gracious.
Oh, I made 3 more cats. They're untapped.
That is true. You did do that.
There are 3 more cats.
You have to face it. You're an animal hoarder. You're an animal
I am.
hoarder.
Absolutely. Look, things are solid over here, but it smells really bad.
Yeah. Solid is a wild way to describe how things are there. Okay. I know I need this. So this is only going to be 4 mana because of
so many
nonsense. treasures. No treasures are being tapped for this.
No, I'm just saying you have so many.
Yeah, I do, and I will need every last one of them. But because of my Dragon Speaker Shaman, Inferno of the Star Mounts comes into play. Yeah. And now things are going to pop off a little bit.
Yep.
This is going to cost an island and mountain. And what's the last one? A swamp. Do I have swamp? Yes, I do. Our good old friend Nicole Bolas, the Ravager.
Oh, it's the ravaging variety.
Yeah,
yes.
I would like all of you to discard a card because
Very
he's kind
well.
of showed up, and yeah. Okay.
I will discard Vidalcan Ori.
I'm getting rid of Deathbringer Thokdar.
Oh, important question, Tracy. Is Tiamat still tapped?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So let's make that true. I don't want to use 3 mana for that. Okay, so this is 13 here. Need 14. Okay. Yeah. All right. I don't like how this has to shake out, I think, any more than anyone is going to like this. But going to use all my treasure tokens.
Oh God.
Yep.
And I'm going to beef up Inferno of the Star Mounts. And I'm going to tap one more mountain to beef him up to be a 26.
Nice.
And I will instantly deal 20 damage to Tracy.
Yes, absolutely. I love to see it. That's fucking fantastic.
Now, I am going to attack with Inferno. I think, unless I don't want to. This is the tricky thing. No, I shouldn't attack with Inferno, actually, because that's probably, you have the power to kill Inferno. So, and if I could just keep swinging like that, it'll be great. So then, hilariously, the thing that I need to do.
No!
Use the Copper Dragon to attack Arnie so that I can generate more treasure tokens.
Well, I hate to do this to you, James, but I have one final act of betrayal.
Arnie!
In response to
Why?
declare attackers, I'm going to add mana to my mana pool and take 3 damage.
No!
Oh, so you don't get the trigger. Oh my God.
I don't get the trigger. Oh, God.
Get fucked, nerd.
Oh. Oh, that sucks so bad. That sucks so bad. Oh, and I have absolutely nothing to deal with that.
Of me killing myself? That's right. I'll teach you.
So wait, what did you use to deal damage to yourself?
I have this creature here that I can add a mana to my mana pool and pay 3 life. So I just paid 3 life to add a mana to my mana pool.
Gotcha.
So, unfortunately, you cannot pay a cost that cannot be paid. Like, you don't have 3 life to pay.
Oh, I can't kill myself with that?
You can't pay.
I think if you had exactly 3 life.
If you had exactly 3 life, you could do it. But because you're going beyond 3, you can't pay that cost.
Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, you get your treasures.
Okay, cool. Hey, Arnie, your death meant something.
My death meant a lot anyway. There's a lot of people who are going to miss me.
And hey, I roll a 17 on this die.
Hell
okay.
yeah, baby.
The game's not over yet.
Not yet.
All right.
There we go. I marked you as eliminated, Arnie.
6
Ugh.
and 7.
Brutal.
What was on the bottom?
You know, I'm always going to remember.
I should have done this.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out if it was
Arnie
worth
as,
it to roll, but
a guy who's like kind of hardworking and never really stopped the grind. Was always on that ramp.
I
Absolutely
ramped like crazy.
On that ramp.
And oh boy, I forget what. Well, actually, the real question is, what did my second main? That's 7. It looks like.
Mm-hmm.
2, 3, 6, 7, which would leave me with 13, which is not enough. Okay, then I will not try and flip Nicol Bolas.
Not gonna flicker him.
And yeah, I like if I had one more mana, I would do that. But
yeah.
I simply will not.
Okay.
And that is your turn.
Okay, so now I have.
At the beginning of your turn, I take 14 more mana.
Uh-huh.
And I use it to pump up Star Mount. And I deal 20 more damage to you.
Fantastic.
And Arnie, if you had hit Tracy even once,
I would have.
All right.
I would have. That
So
would have been my
hard to
turn.
believe that.
So
Hard to
That
believe
would have
that.
been on my turn. I would have hit them for 1 damage. You
all
would
right.
have seen it.
So on my untap,
That would have been my next move.
I go to 1. I draw for turn. Let's see. Let's see here.
Actually, Alex, I ramped by playing 1 land every 2 or 3 turns.
Yes,
The way Garfield
absolutely.
intended. What turn are we on? You've got a tracker, right?
Yeah, it's turn 14.
And I have,
Okay.
count 'em, 6 lands.
All right. So I'm going to pay 3 to move Luxior from Mordenkainen to the Eternal Witness. So Eternal Witness is now it's a 2/1 because it only gets +1/+1 for each counter on it. Then, now that Elspeth's Son's Champion is unshackled, I'm going to -3 her and destroy all creatures with power 4 or greater.
Oh!
That is none of my creatures.
Yeah, whenever a dragon you control becomes a target.
No targeting,
Damn.
yeah.
Not targeted.
So it's 4 or greater?
Yep.
Okay. I'm pretty confident in saying that that is game.
I think so because I can pay 1 to re-equip Mordenkainen with Luxior, which is 11, and then 15, which is 26, plus 9 is 35. So that's it.
Yeah, there's
Yep.
there's nothing. Hey, good game. It literally came down to the last hit point.
Yeah, absolutely it did. Cool. So that so our stream, I Arnie messaged me
No,
earlier,
no,
it was
no,
like-
no, no,
Hang-
no,
hang
no,
on.
no. The chat is already rewriting history here. If I did not take out Arnie, I would not have had the mana necessary to reduce Tracy to 1 hit point in
Yeah.
the first place.
And I would have been able to take out Arnie as cheap as a sneeze with the stuff.
But I would have gotten 1 more turn. I would have gotten 1 more turn. Who knows what crazy
No,
chaos
I would have
could've
sent
gotten
one.
up to.
I would have sent 1 angel at you.
Right, but I mean, next turn, to be fair, next turn I would have copied your ape out of the graveyard and played like 6 creatures to try to gain as much mana as I could.
That's
or
fair.
to gain as much life as I could. So on my turn, I would have gained, I think, like 16 life or something. But probably still not enough.
Yeah. So that was, I would hazard, and I was saying that like Arnie messaged earlier and was like, "How long's the stream going to be?" I'm like, "Yeah, an hour or 2." We're coming up on 4 hours now streamed, so
Ugh,
that means that we have
Commander
played
took so long.
it.
Takes
and-
so long.
And it did definitely with these decks. What did you all think? How did you feel? Like, was it an unfun experience, or if you were prepared for the length, would it have been enjoyable? Like, where are you?
No, it's still very fun. It's just like my question with Commander is always, would I have more fun playing Commander versus just Magic? And
Sure.
the answer is almost always, I fucking love playing Magic. Like, I will play Magic for 6 hours. I mean, most of the drafts we do are just like, they take 6 to 8 hours, and you play your deck 8 times, because turns in Vintage Cube, you do lose or win in 3 turns. That's kind of how it goes.
Right.
And like, I love playing Magic. This was very fun. This was certainly the most fun I've ever had playing Commander. Do I think I prefer it over the other formats I like? I'm still not sure. But I did enjoy this and this deck, and I liked that we all had fair decks. I think that's really what made it kind of okay for me, was that no one was running an unfair deck. Like I wasn't having to deal with pillow fight. I wasn't having to deal with counter spells. I wasn't having to dealing with a lot of creature interaction at all. There was like the least fun thing that happened is you farewelling, which is only unfun because I have nothing that deals with interaction, and I planned for
Right.
Wrath, and I didn't know Farewell was a card. So like I
Exactly.
didn't realize you could just mass exile, and so all of my like graveyard recursion just looks so stupid. But like that, and that's like, to me, that was like the least fun part, was feeling like, oh, this thing I kind of built for, the idea that, yeah, I'm gonna get Wrath a whole bunch, just got negated by a card I'd never seen. Like,
Sure.
I don't like that, but in general, I'd say it was very fun. And like, I mean, this was more fun than I've ever had playing Commander, and I would play this again for sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
James, how do you
I'll
feel?
say I enjoyed playing these decks. I think probably I would have enjoyed more playing a one-on-one with decks like this. Playing in a singleton format is great. It's just it would have been cool to go faster. I think with a
Sure.
fourth person here, it would have been really difficult to deal with. Although, like with the crowd, like that gets mitigated a little bit.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the Magic that I played in the sort of many person formats and whatnot that I really disliked was with a more competitive crew that was like less fun to deal with. So I'll say I would definitely play this again. I would play this specific show again for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
I would
Fair enough. Yeah.
I would do your
Yeah.
holding priority again.
I also
without
think
question.
for what it's worth, 3-player for me was much better than 4-player.
Okay.
Like I don't, not that 4-player was bad or anything like that, but 3, I felt like I had just enough brain power to know what was going on with both of your decks and to know what was going on with my own, and to be able to play the idea of like, if there's a 4th player, I mean, that's the thing, like if there's a 4th player here, I'm dead instantly, right? Like there's no reason to keep me alive anymore. But it's like I just like strategically speaking, like there's just so little, like I have more advantage of keeping both of you in check, or like keeping you two fighting each other, which lets me playing from way behind, because I played my third land turn 6 or 7 or whatever, it felt like I had more leverage to enjoy the diplomacy of the game. Whereas with a 4th player, I think I would have felt totally invalidated and been like, oh no, we can just get rid of the weak player or whatever.
Well,
So I think 3-player was very enjoyable to me.
It totally depends on the deck that the 4th player is or the 4th player is
exactly,
playing.
yeah.
Like if they're playing like a group hug deck where there's
pillow fight shit.
There's like Glunch is the what the fuck is the Flumph commander. He's Forgotten Realms Flumph commander.
Yeah.
And on your end step, you get to decide if someone gets 2 treasure tokens, draws 2 cards, or puts 2 counters on a creature. And you can pick yourself. So like you can actually just help out other people while you're also helping yourself and getting your deck in it. I mean, that's the thing that I think is really cool about this format, is it really depends on what the mix of all 4 is, because that 4th deck could have changed everything.
I would be curious to play with 4. My suspicion, just knowing kind of who I am as a player, is that 3-player commander is probably where I would live.
Sure.
More so than 4. But like, this is such a fun experience that
Good.
I would definitely try that experiment.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
Awesome.
I play 4 as well. I mean, it's just like, to me, I enjoyed the dynamic of, like, mostly it's just like brain power. Like I said, there's no way I'm not gonna try to. I mean, I had to know your graveyards, I have to know your hands, I have to know your boards. It's just like adding one more player is just yet another notch I have to put in this brain of just like, okay, now we're thinking about this as well. So it just makes the interactions that much more complicated. And I think I could have still done it. It's just I already felt like I was taking so long analyzing stuff that I would worry I would have taken even longer with a 4th player.
No, and that's totally fair. And like, I think I didn't expect to play Commander tonight, right? When we talked about this a couple weeks ago, James, it was like, yeah, we're just gonna talk about Commander, and I was like, I'm like, I'm like preparing the PowerPoint presentation in my head to like break down what Commander is, and I didn't like anticipate, James, you getting so excited that you're like, yeah, I'm gonna build a deck, and like, because the internet exists and you can read about this shit on your own. Like, I don't need to teach you what the basics are. You can find that out very easily. And then Arne chiming in, like, and I don't want to devalue like going over that stuff, but like coming out of this with both of you going, I would try this again. Like, that is absolutely a win for me. Like, I feel fantastic about how this evening went. You know, I'm not like, I wasn't trying to like convert anybody. I just wanted to have y'all experience the format that I've come to really love.
Yes.
So
I have absolutely seen a lot more about what's to like about Commander playing this, but also just like anything, you know, it's like if it could be this every time, I'd do it.
yes.
But historically, and just like my instincts say, it will not, and it,
Right.
you know, like it's just the way it is. Like, but that's just how it goes.
We can't all be hold priority. You know, that's
Holding priority is pretty fucking special. I'm just saying.
Yeah, we agree.
That's the Barnett effect. So if everybody, like in your own home games of Commander, don't expect them to be as fun as, you know, a stream that Tracy is running.
When you're playing with me, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, this was so great. Again, Tracy, thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for all you did.
I would love to come back, especially when you got Jeff and John on. You know that's gonna get nasty, and I love that. To the stream, I will say I'll let Tracy wrap up the show as it is their show, but stick around because I'm gonna raid y'all over to Orion D Black, who is streaming some Chrono Trigger.
Fantastic.
And I'm sure everyone will appreciate that. So stick around for that. But Tracy, take the wheel.
Well, I will say, James, do you have any last things you wanted to mention the auditions for One Shot? So go ahead and close out with that, and then pass it over to Arne for any plugs. Yeah.
So
I'll plug right now. I have no plugs. Let James plug.
Aces.
From now through December 20th, I believe, is the deadline that I set. We are accepting applications for a new host of One Shot. So this will be an audition process over on my Twitter, which I know that's a bad place for this to live. We've got a link to our document that describes what the job is, what we are looking for, both, you know, requirements of the job and what an ideal candidate looks like. The baseline that you'll need is a headshot, resume, and a couple audio files. All of that is described in that document. You've got from now to December 20th to assemble that. And the rest of the audition process will be going through in different rounds, and we'll be letting people know, you know, if they've been cut or if they're advancing as we go through it. But yeah, it's open. This would be the new host of the One Shot podcast. So a lot of cool stuff you can do with that. If you want to apply, you know, start assembling your stuff for that. If you know someone who should apply, encourage them to do so. And, you know, I'll say this, a lot of talented candidates will talk themselves out of applying for a job because they don't think they have the qualifications. And I know this industry and performance things especially, people get imposter syndrome. Do not get imposter syndrome, you know? Feel free to ignore some of those requirements. If you've got other areas where you are strong, you know, trust in your own strengths and encourage your friends to do that as well, because I want a big pool of strong candidates.
So if you look at the show notes of this week's episode of One Shot, you will also find the link to that document because I shouted it out in the mid-roll for this episode. And just as a quick note, like, I have now been the interim host for One Shot for like a year. Just about. I mean, we're literally coming up on the year mark because that's when Project Falcon came into the world, and I don't know. There was a time, and I think, James, you probably remember this, where I asked you like what it would take for me to be the host of One Shot, and like, it's not me. I know now better what this show needs, and I am simply filling a seat, and I would like someone fantastic to fill that seat. I'll still edit your episodes, but like, the host needs to be someone who has the time and energy to really push this show to be what it can be, because James isn't James of 10 years ago, and I never was James of 10 years ago. So like, there's a lot that One Shot can still do, and I want to see what it can do. So yeah, apply, go, do the thing.
Go for it, please. Yeah, with that, Tracy, I believe you can close things out, and I'll raid y'all over to Orion.
Sweet. So we'll do a final little plug. I play Commander on this stream pretty much every Monday night at 8:30 p.m. EST. The show is called Holding Priority. That's what you see in the description right now. We play Commander. It's a good pod. You may see James on there. You may see Arne on there. You may see Jeff and John from System Mastery and other guests from the MTG community as I gather them up. So it's a lot of fun. I'm really enjoying doing it, and I'm glad that I have the space here to do so. Check out the Mountain Goats meets Magic the Gathering over on YouTube. TMGXMTG. James, rate us away.
All right. Everyone, go cheer on Orion, and we'll see you next time, heroes. I think that worked. Okay.
Here we go. Hold on, let me close stream. Oh, did it work?
It's still it's counting down currently.
Oh, cool. I don't know.
Oh, I'll hit the raid now. There we go.
Yeah, there you go. There it goes.
Well, we look
Now
very
we're
normal.
Yeah, it's fine. That's the way. Thank you both for doing this. Like I'm glad that it was fun. I know that it's not maybe your preferred form of Magic, but I'm really glad that you took the time to check this out with me. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, I like I said, I love playing Magic.